Good morning. Your Excellencies, dear colleagues, and dear friends of Ukraine, on behalf of New Europe Center, I would like to welcome all of you at the first Accession Exchange Forum. You used to know this event for almost 4 years as Accession Exchange Forum, but now we have the first Accession Exchange Forum, and the forum which is aimed to become the main discussion platform for all EU candidate countries, trio countries plus Western Balkans countries. And we hope that next year Western Balkans also would be present here. I would not exaggerate by saying that for our think tank, for New Europe Center, it was probably the most complicated event to organize. And to be honest, still can't believe that we managed to do this. And we managed to do this here with the most of the participants taking part offline, traveling from Europe, from different European countries and neighboring countries. Yes, it would be much more easier to postpone this forum for maybe more secure, more safer times, more comfortable times, I would say, than we have it now. But after a number of discussions with our partners, with donors, with participants, we decided to do it, and to do it in Kiev. Why? Because even under unprecedented military attack in Europe since World War II, we should take care not only about Ukraine's survival as a state, but we should take care of Ukraine's development. Everything is pretty clear. To secure Ukraine's survival, we need weapons. To secure Ukraine's development, we need membership in the European Union. But before, of course, we need to start a real accession process. We don't ask for any special treatment. We don't ask for any shortcuts in this process. We just ask for meaningful, real, and the most importantly, merit-based accession process. During next 2 days, we will have plenty of opportunities to discuss how to secure this process, how to make it merit-based, how to make it real, how to make it meaningful. And I would like to thank International Renaissance Foundation and European Union for supporting this forum, for supporting this event. We're extremely grateful for this. I would like to thank Deputy Prime Minister on European and Euro-Atlantic Integration Office for great partnership, IPRE, Julian Grozu, and our Georgian partners, Georgian Embassy in Ukraine and Open Society Foundation of Georgia for being great partners in organizing this forum, for your input, LibMod from Germany. So we have a number of great partners, and I'm very much looking for today's and tomorrow's discussions. So welcome again to Ukraine, probably the most stress-resistant country, if not in the world, then in Europe. Welcome to the first Accession Exchange Forum. Slava Ukraini. By saying that, I would like to invite for introductory remarks Alexander Sushko, Executive Director of International Renaissance Foundation, and a supporter and the person who inspired Association Exchange Forum. And now, Alexander, the floor is yours for introductory remarks at the Accession Exchange Forum.
Thank you, Leona. Thank you, colleagues. It's a really great pleasure to see you all here in this room, in this moment, and in this city. Certainly, in this probably many people here in the room were working for the moment when Ukraine and other Eastern European countries may succeed becoming the European Union candidate countries. Probably none of us was thinking that it happened this way as it happened. But it happened. And now certainly there is a big road ahead. But at the same time, now discussing the issue of European accession process, we have to acknowledge that this move and this significant progress which we witnessed this year with our European integration is not just an output of this horrible war. However, it really was a major driver to facilitate the process of acknowledgement. But it was certainly not the only reason why we succeeded and why we made this step on the other level of European integration this year. And here I have to just acknowledge huge scope of efforts by various leaders, institutions. That was a work for decades, and sometime we were in the position of very difficult position of disputed European perspective of Ukraine, and there was no clear vision when, how, under what conditions we may succeed and make this step forward. And certainly now some people may say that that was an emotional reaction of Europe on the war, on Ukrainian bravery and resistance, but it was not just this case. So probably this day we will discuss a lot of significant elements of this new reality, and we will also assess our progress. We will discuss how effective Ukraine is in its ambition to reach all the criteria which were delivered by the European Union this year. But anyway, this is the recognition we have. First of all, this, again, as I mentioned, this is a result of long-term work. And again, I appreciate to see many of those who contributed to this these years. Working in the government, working in the parliament, in the civil society, across the country, across the world. We made a big step. And one important thing, I think, that if I may identify one particular element why Ukrainian application was successful this year, just because one great myth has been destroyed. This is a myth of Ukraine as something very next to the failed state, not inefficient state which is not capable, which capacity is at very low level. It was a part of Ukrainian image for many years. And there were some grounds for this, sure. Our policies in many areas were not so good to be proud of. And Ukraine, as it was said many times, never wasted a chance to waste a chance. And I've been hearing this phrase for many times. And here, when we see that Ukraine is no longer in a position to waste a chance, because there is no way to waste a chance where the country is at the existential threat, and at the same time we already see that it is no longer failure in any element. So the most important element of this country proved to be capable, not just to survive, but also to ensure the most important functions. It covers the wide range of policies, starting from the very high level, with quite strong leadership of President. And it also includes the very bottom level, very fundamental level of the local self-organized communities of people who just identified that kind of the strengths, which was not expected, which was a big surprise for many, including for us ourselves. And now we can say that there is a significant strength in this country, in this society. And now when we approach to the European colleagues, to the European Union institutions, we are no longer in a position that says, take us aboard, we will be a big weight for your train. No, no longer. We will be a big locomotive, one of the locomotives of your future. And this is what we can say now. So this is probably the most important achievement and the biggest difference which I may identify with all our past years. And this is our strongest argument for the further steps to the European Union membership. I understand that this way will not be short and will take years, and we will have lots of successes and also disappointments at a certain point. It's inevitable. But the train is already on the way. And this is something which I think poses some irreversible changes to the mental, political, and social map of Europe. So thank you everyone who arrived here in this very troubled moment, and I hope there will be very productive, very lively, very interesting event for everybody. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alexander. And now let me invite for short welcoming remarks head of the delegation of the European Union to Ukraine, Matima Asikas. And by inviting you, Ambassador, I would like to thank you again for the support of this forum, for the support of this initiative.
Thank you very much indeed, and may I start by also praising all those who have come here, who have arrived in Kiev in these days to take part in this extremely important forum. And also would like to praise the organizers and the whole Ukrainian civil society for its continued advocacy and public engagement in Ukraine's pursuit of its European integration. Even today, when Ukraine fights against the Russian aggression, unjustified, unprovoked, and Ukraine is losing lives of its citizens every day, the EU integration process has accelerated, and Ukraine's vibrant civil society is doing its job. Obviously, many things, almost everything, has changed since the last forum in November last year. Ukraine is now an EU candidate country, and the reforms that are necessary to further move on the EU membership path go hand in hand with the reforms that are needed to fully implement the association agreement. I think that is common not only for Ukraine but for all three countries that we are discussing here today, also for Moldova and Georgia, and the civil society needs to do its job in keeping the political class in check. Ukraine is a European state, has been a key partner for the EU for years. The relationship that we have between the EU and Ukraine is among the most intense, if not the most intense, that the EU has with any partner country. And these relations are supported by the work of course, the Ukrainian government, the Ukrainian civil society, the European Commission and other EU institutions in Brussels, my colleagues at the EU delegation, the EU advisory mission. We all are working day and night in bringing Ukraine closer to the EU in every sense of this word. We are encouraged in this work by the rock-solid support in Ukraine's society on Ukraine's European aspirations. 90% of Ukrainians think, no, 96% of Ukrainians think that in 10 years' time, Ukraine will be a prosperous EU member state. And 90% of these people are ready to suffer temporary temporary difficulties in living standards in order to achieve this goal. 86% record 86% of Ukrainians think that the country is moving in the right direction. Despite of the horrible war, despite of losing lives every day, despite of people in places like Kherson, which I was able, together with my colleagues, witness last week, living in absolutely horrible conditions. 86% of Ukrainians think that the country is going in the right direction. And it's a formidable consolidation and determination, which will also help you to, under the very professional and dedicated leadership by Olga Stefanishina and other Ukrainian Kerevniki, to achieve these goals. I thank you for inviting me. I thank you, the organizers, for having this forum in the darkest of days, because the hope and the determination is there. Slava Ukraini!
Thank you, Mr. Ambassador. I would like now to invite Deputy Prime Minister Olga Stefanishina, Deputy Prime Minister in charge of European and Euro-Atlantic integration, for the conversation. But before the conversation, I would like to thank Deputy Prime Minister for all the work they do, for all the work they do in these difficult times. And I think we get a chance to discuss about this after the remarks which would be made by Deputy Prime Minister. But before that, one technical issue. We have to finish by 11:10, since you have next meeting. And we will start the next session also earlier, just in case, to be sure we are on the same page with the schedule. Deputy Prime Minister, thank you for coming, and you have the floor for your remarks, and I'm sure we have a lot of questions. I have two already, so, but also we have from the audience, please.
Thank you, Leo. I will do my best in terms of time management, and especially I think it is possible now because we're, I don't know all of you personally, but knowing Alona and Leo, I know that we're already in a circle of think-alikers, and we're very much on the same page in terms of understanding of the historical spirit of the recent decisions which has been taken in issues related to the enlargement, and particular granting Ukrainian candidate status, which has become a turning point not only for Ukraine, but I think first and foremost for EU. So I will just stop on a couple of points. So first and foremost, when Ukraine has decided, and it was a very solid and undiscussable decision of the President of Ukraine to apply for membership in European Union just 4 days after the beginning of the full-scale war. We were not in such a fluffy and nice buildings. We were basically living in a bomb shells, and all our teams, the civil society, civil servants, experts, politicians, MPs, they were disseminated around the territory of Ukraine. Many of us were in Kiev these days, but we made this decision. And the spirit of this decision was based on two components. Every day we saw how everything we've been building for years has been destroyed. We've seen the destroyed bridges, buildings. We see that every effort we have been taking to praise the human rights, the dignity, the values that we've been building in Ukraine, they have been evaporating by occupation, by hearing the words that there is no room to provide the green corridor for evacuation of civilians from Mariupol, because Putin said he does not deem to take this decision, and he does not care about anything. So everything we've been building has been simply evaporating from our hands, and we wanted to make sure that all 27 members of European Union and Ukraine at least would praise all the efforts we managed to do together, being on our way towards European integration, by considering our application to membership and thus confirming that all of us, 27 plus Ukraine, will be standing together until the war is over, and we will win, and we will make sure that our European family is back to the spirit of this treaties. The second very important element of our application was the general investment into European project as such. It was really complicated also to see over the years before, since 2014, and especially in this very emotionally concentrated time of war, it was very important to keep eyes very much closed and know that some of the international institutions has not been as effective as we wanted to be. Some of them were not even managing to act in its spirit, and some of them were not operable, saying that basically there's no will to irritate Russia further. So no matter how many lives have we lost, no matter how many people has been tortured, raped, and undignified. So we applied for membership, also investing into European project as such, saying that we believe that there is only way to move forward in a democratic, united Europe, and this is the European Union. And by the end of the day, when the decision has been taken on 23rd of June, there's been a couple of countries. First and foremost, it was France, then Netherlands, and a group of other countries who has been saying yes to Ukraine by saying yes to European project as such. And I can tell you that as a behind-the-scene person, knowing that this has been the spirit of this decision. So what we're talking about now is going far beyond only Ukrainian context. And I'm particularly happy that all our joint efforts and all of those sleepless nights we've been making closer and making the decision on candidate status possible has led us to today's first Accession Exchange Forum, where Georgia and Moldova participate together with us. We understand that we are different countries, but we have been united by the spirit and by the values, not only by European aspirations as such. It's about the democracies we've been building in our countries, and we are making sure that Europe will be worth of us being part of it. This was the nice part of my presentation, but the hardest part is that now it's about transformations and reforms. To some extent, if I may say, it's the time of war allows us to be more concentrated and more drastic in terms of the decisions we can take. So that's why we have been working as a parliament and a government in a very coordinated way. And basically those 7 recommendations, which has been identified as a precondition for the next level of enlargement, we would I would say it would take another 10 years to implement it in any kind of other time. But every recommendation is the path towards transformation and us growing up as a country. Whether we're talking about the media market, human rights and the national minorities, anti-corruption institutions, and judicial reform. Now we understand that the spirit of these recommendations is different, because we do not have only to tick the box. We need to preserve the spirit of our commitment to the reforms, which has been enshrined in tasks of every of these 7 recommendations. So we bear a double responsibility for every step we're taking, but I'm particularly proud to be a deputy prime minister in the government in a country which backs me up for 100%. So it's very complicated job, very complicated dialogue, but we have a full backup of our civil society, of think tanks. We have the full coordination between the government and the parliament, and basically, even in this time, it is hard, but I think it is a bit easier than it would have been in any other time when we would not be praising so much everything we're doing. I want to complete my short remarks with the 2 very important takeaways from our long-lasting experience of European integration before and after candidate status. Is that I never answer in a long way to any questions, whether you could look like Balkans or you can look like Turkey, or you can follow some bad or good example. We understand that as long as Ukraine is holding the wheel, is ruling, let's say, the agenda on European integration, there's no room for any hesitation from our partners. And I remember back in the time in 2020, there was a Brussels summit of NATO leaders. And we, as you remember, were pushing hard, very hard to grant Ukraine the membership action plan, or at least reconfirm that Ukraine will become member of NATO. And then one of the very, very experienced and old ministers of foreign affairs of one of the European countries, he told me, Olga, we have a very interesting tradition in NATO. We only make sure the country joins NATO after 3 presidents changed, 3 parliaments changed, and the aspiration has not changed. And in that regard, we have a huge, huge privilege. It is our people who stand behind every step of our way. And it does not depend on any politicians. You know what happens to those presidents who think that they could go not in line with the spirit of their people, as well as you know what happens to those presidents who fully goes in line with the spirit of their people. And you see that the President Zelensky now has 200% backup from our nation, from our society. So that leaves no room for any hesitation. So we are fully committed that until the membership process, we will be driving the agenda of enlargement by ourselves. So, which means that shortly next year, we will start preparing the negotiation position for beginning of the negotiations in consultations with our business. And by the end of the year, we hope to bring back the consensus of the countries of European Union to start the negotiations. Our main message is that it's not EU or Ukraine who starts from the scratch. Granting candidate status, first and foremost, was not to start some process, but to praise those reforms which has been on the way for years and decades, and which has become the background of many decisions which has been taken on tariff liberalization, on customs liberalization. So it's not candidate status, it's not the beginning of the way. It's actually how to make sure that we are finally part of the European Union, and we will proceed with that without any delays.
Thank you very much for this introduction. Actually, you already addressed a couple of questions I had, but before handing over to the audience for questions or comments, I'd like also to remind and underline that we have a live streaming, so we have online audience from various countries, including the Balkans, some other candidates, including people in Ukraine who didn't make, some of our guests. And they also could address questions online. If there would be such questions, I will voice them basically. And before turning to audience, I wanted to ask you, how do you feel that you are a candidate country now? Because I mean, do you feel different in details? I've been in a couple of EU capitals, and they told me, you know, we see that. I mean, we don't see yet the full inclusion of Ukraine into the, let's say, enlargement logic, yeah, because there are institutions which were not, in which Ukraine were not basically part of before. There is new methodology for enlargement. There are many new things which we still have to basically adapt, and, you know, enforce in our country. So do you see any practical difference? Like 1 year ago, we discussed at the same forum, Association Forum, now it's Accession Forum. And how do you assess in terms of practical steps how this changed our way we do things, or reforms, or anything else?
Well, indeed, it changed. It's not something that is already written somewhere in the papers and etc. But we are already included into general enlargement methodology, and we are now already, everything we are doing is going through the enlargement assessment, which will, as European Commission thinks, presented by the end of 2023. Although on 7 recommendations we want to proceed with the assessment early 2023 already, which would allows us to work in a political way. But I would say that everything we have been doing before candidate status was considered as a gesture of a goodwill, in a good spirit of cooperation, without clear understanding that everything which has been done is done for Ukraine to become part of the family of European nations. Now the spirit is totally different, and the scale of things we're planning is different. For example, if we're talking, we have always been very active in terms of sectoral integration. So if before Ukraine became an enlargement country, we've been talking about something very symbolic, while we have been pushing for 100% at once, European institutions have been ready for something symbolic in the spirit of cooperation. Now it is opposite. So we are still where we are in terms of our sectoral proposals, but European institutions already consider having their mandate, knowing that Ukraine will become part of EU. So the scale of thinking is absolutely different, and it's important. Although somehow we didn't manage to reach any solid ground in terms of access to enlargement funds. So we have been discussing that in various platforms, but no decisions has been seriously taken in that regard. But I think it's also very much connected with the war. As you know, European Union has managed to mobilize and announce 18 billion euros macro-financial assistance package for the next year, which is more than all the financial resources which has been targeted to Ukraine since 2014 until the beginning of the full-scale war. It's a huge amount of money, and the needs will be growing. So probably speaking about the access to enlargement funds, it's a bit broader discussion than just switch in and switch out, although of course we don't have to be part of the Eastern Partnership and Neighborhood Instrument from the political point of view, and it's very clear for everybody. So it is very well felt. First and foremost, in terms of the scale and the scope of engagement from European institutions.
Very much. I open now the floor for questions and comments. I see Igor from Poland. Please introduce yourself, because not everyone knows, and then Sergei Sidorenko from Ukraine. Use the mic here for the audience online.
Hello, I'm Igor Janka from Poland. I'm a journalist, and I'm running a think tank called Freedom Institute. I would like to ask you about the obstacles, the biggest obstacles which you see from outside and from inside, apart from the war, on your way to the EU. And the second question, if I may, what do you expect from countries as Poland in helping you on your struggle to get into EU? Thank you.
Well, it's very hard to speak about the obstacles because we've seen so much over the last 10 months, both in terms of our European track, about our Euro-Atlantic track, but also first and foremost living in a time of war. So there are like complexities, I would say, but nothing could be an obstacle for Ukrainian if a Ukrainian wants something to be done. And I guess this is the spirit of everything we're doing. Although it's very complicated to run the parliamentary process, as we're talking about a very structural and a very comprehensive things to be done. So. And we hope that, but anyway, we hope that by the end of this year, Parliament would adopt all the necessary legislation to complete on the 7 recommendations. And to some extent, the major obstacle that we are, in fact, a free and democratic country, and we are, in fact, have a democratic parliament, government. We are having a dialogue and a discourse with the president, so it's very complicated to have the circles of unity over some issues which are really important. But this is a political process, and we are very much united. Speaking about where Poland could be helpful to Ukraine, I would rather start by the words of gratitude to every Polish citizen and to Polish leadership for everything which has been done. I remember the first hours of the war when I was crying, thinking that our people trying to escape the war will see the blockade on the border and will be unable to leave Ukraine and save their lives and their families. And then I heard these sacral words, Olga, all the borders are open. And this has been the most important words I've heard since the beginning of war, because I knew that at least our people could be safe. So I can say thank you. And having this experience together with Polish people, I think that for you there will also be no obstacles in terms of our joint efforts for Ukraine to join EU and NATO.
So we actually already have some of the four freedoms in practice enforced. We need to lock in this, maybe, so that after the war we still enjoy this and go with our freedoms. So Sergei, please.
Do I have to have mic?
Yes, you need the mic because otherwise the audience online won't hear your question. So, yeah.
Sergei Sidorenko, European Pravda. I'd like to ask you about your ideas. How do you want to convince our European partners that they have to agree for starting negotiations next year? Because we see that not everyone is that much convinced. Maybe you see some points that can convince them. And as a follow-up to what Polish colleagues said, maybe you can suggest us what can we do, how can we convince our interlocutors in the EU that negotiations should open as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, Sergei. First and foremost, that it's not just like that we want to start the negotiations 2023 because we like it, we like this idea. So this is of course the task from the President of Ukraine, but this is the decision which is very much pragmatic and realistic, and it's based first and foremost on understanding that we're not starting from the scratch. And nothing in the enlargement process, even the negotiations, will come out of the blue for Ukraine. This will not be a new, this will be sort of a new experience from the administrative point of view, but from the scope of legal approximation, from the scope of integration into EU single market, from the legal process itself and the composition of the accession agreement. This will nothing be new to Ukraine. Plus, Ukraine has already been fully assessed by European Commission, and we've submitted the 5,000 questionnaire, basically reflecting everything we've been doing together with European Union for years before. So there is an understanding that pretty much of the technical job has already been done. And what I would ask our colleagues in terms of helping Ukraine is speaking about that to the capitals, speaking about that to Brussels, and reminding them that we're not beginning from zero. It was the takeaway from the advocacy campaign for the candidate status that in some countries who has been very supportive to Ukraine even in times of war, they thought that Ukraine still looks like in 2010, in 2010. So speaking again to the capitals, enlightening them, saying them that we're not in the beginning of the process, that the candidate status is the beginning of the end of the process, but not the beginning of the process itself. And by the way, we do not share the same understanding with Sergei in terms of the dynamics on 7 recommendations on all the points, but we as a government are more positive, let's say. I would suggest that maybe we could have discussed that before you made your assessment. But anyhow, even according to Sergei's pessimistic assessment, we will, Sergei, even according to your pessimistic assessment of 7 recommendations, we can still be assessed in the first quarter of 2023. So, which will allow us to spend the whole rest of the year in a political process. And in fact, this is a very important thing, that by the end of the year, Commission will release the report on all the questionnaire, which pretty much will be the basis for the negotiation position, both for EU and for Ukraine. While EU will be struggling with this bureaucracy and its psychological barriers not to start the negotiations, we will start preparing the negotiation position on ourselves. So by the end of the first quarter 2023, we will have our negotiation position formed to the extent it will be possible. So again, I'm coming back to the point that we are driving the agenda by ourselves.
Thank you very much. We have 5 minutes left and 2 more questions left. So I saw Pata hand and Irina.
Yeah, thank you. I'm Pata from Georgia's Reforms Associates. So happy to be here and so proud to be at this particular now Accession Exchange Forum. So congratulations. First and foremost, I agree with Alexander Sushko when he said that it's not, when Ukraine got the candidate status, it should not be viewed as a reward, but rather a recognition of its long-deserved, let's say, place in the European Union. And therefore, of course, we all, I mean, Ukraine, although as well as Georgia, of course, we simply do not have this right not to use this opportunity and to become the members of the European Union sooner rather than later. Although, of course, there is quite not an easy way ahead, so to speak. Dear Olga Stepanishina, you said that you enjoy unity and a great deal of support in Ukraine from the government as well as from the civil society, and that is something which should be aspiring to others as well, including my country. Well, look, my concrete question is this. You got these 7 preconditions for the next step, as you said. And of course, you've been moving forward, and as you already outlined, you are sort of a moving agenda ahead. But what's your assessment? Where you have more success? Well, I understand the time is short, you to describe, the current state of affairs of the implementation process around these 7 preconditions. However, what you would regard as the most difficult tasks, and of course you have quite difficult reforms still to make when it comes to anti-corruption, anti-oligarchic law, constitutional reform, media, etc.
Thank you.
And last but not the least, you also mentioned the sort of a spirit and the necessity of unity between the countries Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia. So how far still this sense of unity and trio phenomena would make would be in your minds? How far that unity among those countries and the trio phenomenon is important to you and to Ukraine?
Thank you, Pat.
Thank you so much for the question. I'll try to be really short. We treat every of these 7 recommendations without any discrimination equally serious. Each of them has its own complexities, and it's really brings a lot of new understanding into what we can do and going beyond possible. But there are some things that we cannot influence on having all the political unities. For example, the reform of a judiciary and completing all of the selection procedures for the appointment and forming the judicial bodies. So I put the pressure on the judicial system. I recognize it sincerely because their success is equal to our success. And that's what I say directly. And given the fact that we're now broadcasting, colleagues, if you will watch me, I put a pressure on you, and I want you to act faster because you can act faster. You can do better because you have to do better, because whether judicial system wants it or not, they are part of European integration. They are part of the track, and they have to say yes to a people, and that's what really upsets me. I hope that things will be much faster. I also outreach to European and US colleagues who has nominated experts to the Ethical Council, which are working in the judicial sectors. I think they could also, not only the foreign expert, but also national members of that act faster. But unfortunately, that's all the pressure I can put on our independent judicial branch of power. So this is the public pressure, and I recognize that I put it because it's really, really important, and it's important not for the sector, it's as it is, but for a higher agenda. Speaking about the unity of TRIO, I want to be really pragmatic. So I'm not the person for fluffy diplomatic meetings and the flags. I'm a person for action and for the results, really. So and I think that when there are actions, there are results, and there is a process, there will be a room for nice slogans and nice hashtags for everything. So I can only give this message to three of us: is that as European Union, the same Georgia and Moldova could be confident about Ukraine. We're not going to let down our people. We're not going to let down any of your country. We will be there. And if Ukraine is, as long as Ukraine is moving, all of us are moving. So it's your countries who choose the speed, the format, the type of unity. But believe me, Ukraine will not slow down. We will be there. So it's up to you to choose whether we are running together or you're catching up.
Thank you. We have two more questions, and the time is out, but I suggest that we make a compromise that we have two questions, 30 seconds, and 30 seconds answer. That would,
I'll do my best.
That would be the compromise in EU, spirit, yeah. So please, Irina and, and Emmanuel after that. So maybe we can take both of questions, yeah? Irina, please.
Irina Solonenko from the Center for Liberal Modernity. We had an honor of welcoming you at our office some time ago. So very nice to see you here again. My question is, are you considering expanding the scope of the association agreement, maybe discussing this with your partners in the EU, to enable Ukraine to integrate into different areas of the single market, more than those which are mentioned in the association agreement? My vision is that we would join many areas of the single market while we are still conducting negotiations. So I work in this direction as well to enable practical integration while negotiations are taking place. Thank you.
Thank you. And Emmanuel, next question, please.
Hello, Emmanuel Dupuy. I run a think tank in Paris. I'm not advocating for the proposition of the French president, but I wanted to have your take about the proposition that he made in Prague, the European Political Committee. Do you see it as an obstacle or maybe an aid or an accelerator for the accession process of your country?
Excellent.
Thank you. If I will go into issues related to integration into single market, there will be another hour. But we have
a special panel on that.
Okay, so you have all heard the message from the President von der Leyen on the seamless integration of Ukraine to single market. This sentence backs up all the huge amount of job we're doing here and making sure that economic integration would lead to political unity one day in terms of membership. So we're there. You have my team. We're always open, and promise you that when there will be an EU-Ukraine summit at the level of leaders, you will hear a lot of good news in terms of next steps related to integration into single market. On European political community, I've been also very much outspoken here. We had a very important arrangement with President Macron's team and with Clément Beaune, who's been then the Minister for European Affairs, before Ukraine has been granted the candidate status. And this has been a clear message agreed by Ukraine and France that European political community shall not be the substitute to Ukraine's enlargement process, And this has been publicly statement, and in fact, it has been reconfirmed in Prague over the first meeting of the European political community. So, in this format, we will be so we support this initiative because this has been the first initiative for years and years before, targeted to address the real challenges related to enlargement, the broader discourse, and knowing that European Union is already so big that European Union cannot only take the decisions for themselves. It affects everybody already. So this is the initiative we support. We will be acting within this initiative just the same as we were acting within all the initiative. You know now a couple of very important things. Ukraine will be in European Union, and whatever will help us on this way will be used. So we hope that European political community will be the instrument like that. And additionally to what I've said, we think that this is a platform where the further security and defense architecture in Europe should be discussed, whether we want it or not, maybe not from the very beginning, because it's complicated, there are a lot of players, but by the end of the day, this is the platform where real decisions could be worked on.
Well, thank you very much for this open discussion, for conversation. We look forward to see you at the next forum already with telling us how the negotiations are going on. So, okay. Please join me in saying thank you to Deputy Prime Minister for her participation. We start our next panel at 10:30 sharp. So 10 minutes ahead of schedule. 11:30. Apologies. Yeah. 11:30. 10 minutes ahead of schedule. Now we have coffee break, please. And if there is an air raid siren, you stay here because we are safe. Okay.
we ready? I guess we are. I would ask organizers to clarify whether we have our Georgian colleague online as well. Are we? Colleagues, are we ready to start? Yeah, okay. So let's go forward with the first discussion panel during the first Accession Exchange Forum. And as we are talking about exchange of accession experience, then it means that we are, there should be several of us. And that is a panel that I'm delighted to moderate, where we have all three participants of the accession process from candidate side, let's say. I mean, Georgia, here with us online, Vice Minister I'm sorry, Teimuraz Zanjali. We have Deputy Head of Presidential Office of Ukraine, Igor Zhovkva. We have Head of Presidential Office of Moldova, Kristina Gerasimov. And of course, we have another party of this process, I mean the EU, ambassador of the EU in Ukraine, head of the EU delegation in Ukraine, Martin Marskas, and last but not least, we have also an expert EU, I mean Susan Stewart, who will represent, let's say, not only German, but also European position of non-official participants of this process. We will build our panel as follows. Unfortunately, Igor Zhovkva have very limited time with us, so we will start with him. We will start with short introductory and then discussion within our panel, and then when Igor leaves, we will go forward with other participants. My name is Sergei Sidorenko. I'm an editor of the European Pravda news outlet, and I would be happy to make this panel tough. I hope so. So, Igor, we have already heard Olga Stefanishina about Seven Quartera, about her ambition to start negotiations next year. But I have to start with a question which is similar to what she described. Why are you so sure that Ukraine will be able to start negotiations next year?
Thank you. Thank you, first of all, to the organizers, Aliona, the team, for having this very important event. I like the name because I remember that more than a year ago, when we had it in October, if I'm not mistaken, it was Accession Exchange Forum, and Christina was there as well. So a year passed, a little more than a year, and we have now the Accession Exchange Forum, which is very good to my perspective. And this is what coincides with ambition. I definitely will be no less ambitious with Madam Stefanishina, even more. I would say that the path which Ukraine has undergone already from the bid for membership, which we extended, which my president signed together with Prime Minister and Speaker, and extended to the European Union on the 5th day of war, when Kyiv was under siege, surrounded by aggressor armed forces. And then, you know, Mati may prove me wrong or right, but 115 days which passed between the placing the bid for membership and the candidate status decision. 115 days which changed the world in terms of European Union aspirations of Ukraine. When we demanded the early decision on the candidate status, we were grounded on our own achievements. Because when my president promised to Madam Ursula von der Leyen on the 8th of April, Marty and I do remember this famous visit, when she came to Kyiv, still in dangerous situation, with a questionnaire in her hands. And when my president promised to her, then exactly in 1 month, you will be returned this question filled in. Well, Madam President, she saw much, but even at that time she was a little bit unsure, if I'm not mistaken. But then exactly after 1 month, on the 9th of May, on the Day of Europe, when she was speaking in Strasbourg on the Future of Europe conference, and my president was sitting here in Kiev, having a VTC with her, and then he presented her this volume of 5,500 pages of answers to the questionnaire. She was positively shocked. Mati was there, I think, also, and he remembers. So this gives me ground to say that if we are this same level of fulfilling the task, and again, I will not take the bread Madam Stefanishna, she is responsible in the government for fulfilling those 7 recommendations, for bringing them up to the mark. And President trusts that the government will make its own input as well as its own duty, as well as the Verkhovna Rada, the parliament, as well as the line ministries, and not if, but when we will be ready with these recommendations. We are ready, we are ambitious for the next step, which is, as the name of our forum suggests, accession negotiations. So before that, we definitely have to overcome an assessment. We are working with the European Commission, with the member states as this. I will tell you very simply, every presidency of the EU wants to put a plus, a tick mark, for Ukraine. With French presidency, we did candidate status. Now, Czechia is very ambitious to say that let's start something during our presidency still. Then Sweden, which is the next country presiding, also wants to make something good for Ukraine. And Spain, surprise, surprise, but Spain already now is preparing for the presidency and for the Ukrainian priorities to be there. I talked to Minister of Foreign Affairs, I talked to people in the office of President of the government, Sanchez. They are ready to deliver something to Ukraine. So who knows me, you know that I hate deadlines and to give a, strict deadlines when and which stage would be taken place, because it's impossible, it's difficult in the world of diplomacy, especially in the world of European Union diplomacy, to give a strict deadline. You have 27 members, you have Commission, you have 2 presidents, you have many interests at stake. But Ukraine has already united the European Union around its issue. If you heard the comments in the beginning of March, sorry, Mati, from some EU members and from maybe some from the EU bureaucrats saying, "Oh, that will never happen. What are they talking about? What membership at the time of the war?" And that day by day, we were making this maybe unnoticed, but very important job of convincing our partners, our friends, our supporters, our skeptics that Ukraine is capable, that Ukrainians are the same Europeans as Germans, as French, as Poles, as Czechs, as each and every 27 European Union nation. What we were telling to them, I was telling it in Lisbon, in Madrid, in Copenhagen. Look at the Ukrainians, they are living next to you. They are hardworking, they are trying to master your languages, they want to work while staying in your countries legally, not just to stay on the social wages or whatever. They will return to their countries when the war is over, but now they are integrating themselves into your society. They're the same the Europeans. So look, you have to only make the formal decision. And it happened. The decision of candidate status, however formal, technical, bureaucratic, which they told to us, it may seem to some people among the bureaucracy of the European Union, for us or for all Ukrainians, it was a high moral, inspiring decision. For a soldier fighting in the south or in the east of Ukraine against Russian aggression, for mothers and children, either hiding here in Kiev in the shelters, or in Kharkiv, or in Dnipro, or in Lviv, or yes, having to flee from the country to some other European Union members, but they do want Ukraine to become a part of the European Union rather than USSR to zero, to become Ukraine a part of European future rather on the Russian or Soviet past. This is very simple. That's why it gives me ambition, Sergei, to say that yes, we will do this. We will do this. We will provide our home task fulfilled. We will be as demanding as we were before the candidate status. We are working with the European Union members and the Commission not only on this issue, by the way. We do not forget about slowly but gradually integrating Ukraine into the European Union single market. Look what we did with the energy sphere. ENTSO-E, we plugged into the ENTSO-E during the first months of war. We were giving the surplus energy to the European Union market before Russia started these awful attacks. Now the European Union is ready to give us back, not to beg, but to provide us. And this example we will use to integrate into the other sectors of single European Union market. We are now thinking about the next EU-Ukraine summit, and I will finish with this. You remember that each year we have a EU-Ukraine summit. This year, a difficult year, so maybe the summit will not happen by the end of this year, but will definitely happen at the beginning of the year. But during the summit, it was very important to have the deliverables. And one of the deliverables would be this joint plan to further integrate Ukraine into the single European market. One of the deliverables should be another macro-financial assistance for Ukraine for the next year, 18 billion euros. It is really difficult in the European Union. The discussion is going on. My president keeps his watchful eye on this. He's talking to President Ursula von der Leyen, to individual leaders, but will definitely do it because Ukraine needs the macro-financial assistance from the European Union. So this is a parallel track, but it's very important to have this direction. Not a single day off for Ukraine moving to the European Union.
Igor, thank you. But I have to be tough, as I promised, and I have to ask. We see that sometimes Ukrainian high ambitions are proved to be too high. Because we have also heard that Ukraine will deliver with all 7 criteria by the end of autumn. Autumn is already over. Then there was an idea to finalize it by the end of the year. Now we see that it's rather for beginning of next year. How do you see? Doesn't it play against Ukraine to put too high ambitions publicly?
Look, Sergei, again, if you listen to me attentively, I'm against putting the deadlines. And the deadlines you mentioned, you may have heard from
President of Ukraine.
From President of Ukraine. He is tasking the government. But if President would be alone in this country, he would, believe me, he would be deadlines would have been fulfilled by the end of summer. But we have what we have, again, just to remind you.
Somebody is jeopardizing President's view?
Just to remind you, we're at the state of war. Sometimes, yes, let's be honest, putting these high deadlines is a way of disciplinizing some relevant authorities, some line ministries. Again, this is a huge task. There's a huge bureaucratic machine which is working on this. We have, for instance, the calendar of the sessions of the parliament, which is absolutely, unfortunately, not happening every day or even every week, on obvious reasons. We all know why. We never even announce the dates of the public sessions on obvious security reasons. So, for instance, there is a limited number of sessions till the end of the year, and we have to fit in. But again, let's not try to find, okay, you haven't done it. By the way, it's still not the end of autumn. But let's not find, it's the end of autumn, and then December. We will fulfill. We will overcome. It's a little bit more complicated than the questioner. The questioner was complicated, but we did it. It's a little bit more, it's a little bit tricky, but we will do this. But what is very important to already now, to prepare our friends and partners from the European Union, that this is not a stop point for Ukraine. We were not even celebrating the candidate status. It is a very important thing, but this is only the beginning of the process, which will be complicated, which will be time-consuming, but we will definitely overcome it and will become a member of the European Union. Thank you.
Thank you. As far as I understand, we have only time for one question, and I will address you again, misusing my role as a moderator. As you are a trendsetter, please set a trend for our further discussion in this panel about exchange. How do you see? Is there a room for joint move towards start of negotiations, towards the EU membership? How do you see that we have combined, 3 countries, we have combined our role, our work on this path?
I always tell him that Ukraine is a good student. I remember some wise people from Brussels were telling to my president, you have to go to move into the European Union membership in using regional approach. Look at look at the Western Balkans, though the example is a little bit vague, you know, but still we're now glad for our North Macedonia and Albanian partners. But we were good students. We listened attentively to our friends and the partners from the Brussels, and we started to use this approach. You remember, well, before the war, we initiated the association trio, and I have the right to say that Ukraine was at the creation of this, because I well remember how the preparation for Batumi summit went, and how President Michel was asking my president, please, Mr. President, please do come in person. Mati remembers this, because without you, this will not fly. We are using this regional approach. So, but again, and I finish with this, you well know my attitude to this. By the way, Eastern Partnership still exists. I don't know whether it's alive or not, maybe Mati will tell us. But everything which is good for our European integration, everything which is good for our ultimate goal, to become a European Union member, we will use and utilize. Everything which prevents us, which deviates, even if slightly, even if by 1 day or by 1 month, sorry, we will not use it.
Yeah.
Thank
you very much. Thank you for coming to us, and my apologies to the audience that we did not have a chance to organize a discussion with your participation with Igor, just because it's schedule in Ukraine. Yeah. Thank you. And we do not stop. Thank you, Igor. We go forward in our smaller circle, let's say, and I would ask every of the panelists to make a very short, let's say, introductory remark, and then we'll go forward to the discussion. And as I said, we've got a trendsetter. Unfortunately, he has left, but his ideas are with us, like about Lenin. I would ask Ambassador Masikas to reflect whether you see that original approach is really there. I mean, about future accessions that we believe in.
Thanks, Sergei. I mean, each and every accession country joins the European Union individually. Has always been so and will always remain so. It is the accession process is about the candidate country taking over and implementing the EU laws, standards, regulations, becoming fit to operate as a member state. That's the huge difference between the enlargement of the EU and the enlargement of some other organizations. The very basis of the functioning of the EU is the single market. And the single market cannot function if in one part of the market not all standards, rules, and regulations are being followed. So there is not much room for cutting corners. And that's why this process is an individual one. At the same time, most of the EU enlargements, I can only recall Greece and Croatia joining on their own, just one country at a time. There have been regional ones, which makes sense. I remember that as a young Estonian civil servant in 1997, the European Commission proposed opening accession negotiations with 6 countries, including Estonia, but at that time not including our Baltic neighbors, Latvia and Lithuania. It created some, of course, emotions, but it also created a strong positive feeling, a situation of competition, of catching up. And in the end, in 2004, as you know, we all acceded at the same time. So it makes the regional approach, again underlining that all accession decisions are individual. The regional approach makes sense also in terms of think of the location of Moldova between an EU country, Romania, geographically, and the candidate country, another candidate country, Ukraine. It makes also sense. There is so much economic integration, practical things that will be easier to do if the 2 countries are together at the same time in the EU. But again, and I finish with that, all these decisions and all these processes are individual.
Thank you, Ambassador. So it leads us to Moldova. And again, as the same, let's say, not a question, but a topic. How do you see our cooperation, how do you see cohesion between maybe 2 or 3 countries that are currently in a process of EU accession in our region?
Thank you, Sergei. Before addressing your question, I would also like to acknowledge the fact that within a year we moved from association to an Accession Exchange Forum, and it's really nice to see many of the same faces present in this room that were here also a year ago. It's not fully, let's say, I'm not sure if we did a poll last year whether we would meet in 1 year in a format of an Accession Exchange Forum, if everyone would have raised their hands. So definitely here we need to, acknowledge the context of this political decision that was taken in June. Not only a vote of confidence and trust of our European partners, but also an acknowledgement of everything that Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia has achieved so far in their path of European integration. Indeed, I would second here Madam Deputy Prime Minister, who said earlier that it's not only about the context, it's also about the achievements that these countries have proven within some years until the decision was taken. A second point here that I want to remark is, of course, that it's a long way ahead of us. We all have action plans that we are working on individually, but there are also common challenges that we tackle. So, for instance, the issue of de-oligarchization. This is something that it's an individual challenge for each of our societies, but it's at the same time a common endeavor that we need to tackle. We cannot find here a solution for the region. I think every case is very different, but what we could do is share best practices and also avoid the pitfalls of each other to make sure that we don't fall into the same traps all over again. Here, I would see room for cooperation in terms of understanding better what we could do. We all struggle with the justice system reform. We all want to clean up our judiciaries better. We all want to have better prosecutors. We all want to have more, efficient trials in courts. So here's something that we could share, but I do not see how we could work together since these are individual problems. And last but not the least, I want to acknowledge, the European Union's role and the fact that it really did the impossible. What we've witnessed within a year is really cutting through the bureaucratic red tape within months, what usually took years in Brussels to happen. So here also we see, you know, through the 7, 9, depending on who has how many steps and recommendations to follow based on the Commission's opinion issued in June. This for us is also an indicator that, you know, we could do more as a region to move faster towards the next step. At the same time, I fully agree with Igor, but also with Olga Stefanishina, that every country has its own speed of implementation of reforms. And if Ukraine wants to go faster, it should be able to do so. Again, it's not a competition. It's a process where we are all muddling through to a certain degree because of the complexity of the reforms that we need to tackle. But at the same time, it's important for each country to be assessed on based on merit by how fast it's able to move with its own action plan or with its own path of reforms that it has designed for itself.
Thank you, Christina. So you referred to the last forum, which was really correct. We've seen a lot of those present in the room, and we also have seen Teimuras here in Kyiv, as far as I remember, and now we are disconnected due to logistical reasons, but also we are disconnected politically. Unfortunately, we have got a decision that selects 2 countries that are candidate countries, and one is a potential candidate country, which is Georgia. How does Georgia see further steps? Do you see that we can unite in one status, or you see other ways to cooperate, realistically thinking? Please, Teimuras. We don't hear you. Oh, now it's on. Yeah.
Okay. I'm really pleased to join you, and I'm really pleased to be back at this forum and to have discussions on many points and the most important is on our past hour European integration. Unfortunately, I'm not presented physically due to my working schedule, but again, so I'm in, and so I'm trying just to provide you some information about the developments in Georgia regarding the EU integration process as well as the prospects. How do we see the cooperation and how do we see the prayer format to interact together? Unfortunately, what we have witnessed during the last months, and it's a full scale aggression and war in Ukraine, it is the tear down of the entire security architecture. And it's a new reality. And unfortunately, we have to, but fortunately, maybe we have to realize that the shift in the new geopolitical reality, the shift in the geopolitical approach is important in innovation. New decisions should be taken from the global players and especially from the European Union. And these decisions should be based on a clear understanding that the Eastern European region has a strategic importance for European Union. And there should be an understanding as well that if you ensure the integration of our countries or willing countries to its space, this is the not only safeguard of our own ourselves, but it's safe and stability, safeness and stability for the European Union itself, and peaceful development for the European Union itself as well. We Georgia got the formal recognition of the EU membership perspective, and it's a huge success and as well as a huge responsibility for Georgia. So we are pledged to implement the 12 recommendations which have been provided to us. So
I'm not going to go to the details. Quite a huge job already was done. The working groups have been created, and there is an engagement from the government, parliament, non-governmental sector, experts, and we do hope that till the end of this year, beginning of the next year, so we will have accomplished our job on this direction, and we do hope that already in the new role, as we are the part of the enlargement package, the assessment process will be begin starting from the next year, maybe spring of the next year. It should be underlined that all these, the majority of these recommendations which we got, already we had in our new association agenda, which is for 7 years. It is 21-27, and it means that government was devoted to implement these things. So during the active phase of implementation of the recommendations, we do hope that the concrete decisions and tailored-based decisions, merit-based decisions are going to be taken. And as I have mentioned already, till the end of the next year, so we do hope that we will receive our deserved EU candidacy status. Meanwhile, European integration process, in this process, so we are trying to capitalize on the positive momentum as well and to have some positive developments which brings a concrete positive results for our society. For instance, I would like to mention that Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine just recently become observer countries within the transport community. As well as Georgia has recently applied for the single European mental area. We do hope that we will soon become the part of the free roaming area. And for us, just recently has been opened the public procurement market as well, where the Georgian companies can take part. It is the concrete results. There are concrete results which our population could feel. As well, I would like to attract your attention on the topic which we have within the Eastern Partnership and which is really important. And just recently, the Commissioner Vahey's visit to Georgia raised this issue again, that one of the most important things nowadays is this challenging situation is the connectivity. And within this enhanced connectivity dilemma, so we have the concrete projects which we are going to implement, and it's projects on the Black Sea. Would it be the transportation, digital, or energy supply projects? And on this line as well, so we are closely working with the European Commission, and the implementation of the Eastern Partnership Economic Investment Plan is high on the agenda. Except the economic integration and cooperation, we are remaining as a reliable partner in the security allied to the European Union. And we believe that the new EU strategic compass, which recognize key importance of the Black Sea, security for the security, economic development and trade development of Europe, can become a ground for our enhanced cooperation. And in addition to this, Georgia we have devoted and we have announced several times that we are going to contribute as well to the concrete EU-led operations worldwide. And we, as a beneficiary of the European Peace Facility as well, are targeted as well to assistance to strengthen our defense capabilities and to make our job to provide security in our country and regional security, global security as well. So, you know, in which circumstances now we are at this moment. So we are under the Russian occupation. So we have experienced several times during the last decade the Russian aggression. So we have the number of several thousand, hundreds and thousands of refugees and constant pressure from the Russia. And exactly due to this reason, so it is important that our partners, our European partners, will pay the proper attention to Georgia. And notwithstanding what I have mentioned, so we are devoted to continue our path toward European integration, to continue our interaction, cooperation. And once again, we would like to state that we, together with our partners, associated partners, Ukraine and Georgia, belong to European Union. and together we will succeed in this track and this path. So thank you. So I thought it was just shortly what I wanted to introduce, and I'm ready just to discuss the proper issues.
Thank you very much. Before we follow to the audience, I would ask Susan to make one would say the easiest job because it's easier to be the last and to reflect. But I think it's the hardest job because I would also ask you to point who was the most correct and who made mistakes in this introductory.
Well, I'm very honored to be here, and I would really like to thank the New Europe Center for this incredible organizational effort under very difficult circumstances, and also LibMod in Germany for coordinating the arrival and from the German side. I think I would actually resist a bit the inclination to point fingers because I think actually it's quite important to have maybe a view from at least from one member state, and I'm not an official representative of Germany, so this is simply an expert opinion. But I think that it's going to be crucial going forward to have all member states on board, obviously, for the accession process of Ukraine. So I think I would make 2 points. They would be sort of on the one hand, on the other hand, also picking up some of the points which were made here, and I think it's actually been very interesting this discussion about this kind of differentiated approach to the idea of the trio and regional approach versus individual. I think I would agree with the differentiations that have made here. That's maybe as a partial response to your question. But on the German side, I would say that. On the one hand, the very positive news is that while there was this initial skepticism about giving Ukraine candidate status, I would say it has now been internalized quite to a significant extent in the German context. It's seen not only as symbolic, but is very much something that is now being worked toward also in Germany, especially in the context of reconstruction. So we've seen that Germany has put a very strong emphasis on the reconstruction process with also the recent conference on the 25th of October. And what we've seen there also from the comments of Chancellor Scholz, for example, is that this is seen very much in the context of working toward accession. So I think we see this commitment, and it has a basis because previous work that we've done, actually also together with the New Europe Center, has shown that on both sides, on the Ukrainian side and the German side, there has been a very positive and substantive cooperation in various sectors, whether it's economics, energy, support for civil society. So I think on the elite level in Germany, there's a very kind of positive association with previous cooperation with Ukraine, and this is an important basis for moving forward on the accession agenda. What I wanted to say on the other hand is that if you look at the larger context, and we just heard from Georgia a bit about this context, what we see in Germany, I think right now, is still a difficulty in coming to terms with the idea of Russia as an adversary or even as an enemy, based on a variety of things, but also on a number of fears that appear in this context: a fear of further escalation of the war, a fear of instability in Russia itself, which would then have spillover effects to the EU, and also a fear of the consequences of Ukraine having total victory, taking back all of the territories, including Crimea. And then if you add to that the sort of lack of tradition of strategic thinking in Germany, I think we have a kind of some context conditions that are going to have perhaps direct, but certainly indirect consequences for how the Ukrainian accession process is viewed, and may in fact lead to the desire to kind of stretch it out a bit I think this remains to be seen. We will also have the national security strategy coming out in Germany at the beginning of next year. So there certainly is a security-related debate going on, but it needs to be expanded also into the broader populace. And so I think we have these two factors. We have this very positive attitude toward the accession process, toward reconstruction, and toward cooperation with Ukraine. But then we have this sort of broader security environment where German thinking has not necessarily advanced as far as at least I would wish with regard to the war situation. Thanks.
Thank you very much. So I already see that some people are raising hands, but before passing the floor to the audience, let me summarize in a provocative way what we have already heard. So Igor Zhokva says that trio is still there because the EU also points that regional approach is still what EU sticks to. The EU ambassador recurs to that as well, and also points out that Ukraine and Moldova are that much neighbors that probably they should stick in one, let's say, group to go towards the EU membership. While Moldova says that even if Ukraine will be ready to go faster, Moldova does not mind. Georgia wants to minimize the gap and will try to do its utmost to do that, while German society and German politicians are too much afraid of Russia, and that can compromise our joint ways towards the EU. I say that it's provocative, but that also have some sense. And with all of that, let's go forward to the discussion. So, German view is the first. Oh, sorry, Georgian view is the first. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you all. And of course, many thanks to Mr. Zhoka who already left. Well, let me try to be as brief as possible.
Yeah, please, short questions, because we have to
You
go
took my
forward.
20 seconds already. Christina Gerasimov was right when she said that there are, of course, individual challenges and a long way ahead to implement those conditions which are put forward by the European Commission. There are 9 conditions for Moldova, if I'm not mistaken, 7 conditions for Ukraine, and 12 conditions for Georgia. The fact in case of Georgia is that Georgia did not get a candidate status, but getting the European perspective, it joined the club of Ukraine and Moldova and have become part of the enlargement process of the European Union. And one of the code missions of the DGNIR, the Director General for Neighborhood and Enlargement Negotiations, is to assist those countries with the perspective to join the EU in the meeting the criteria defined by the Treaty of European Union and the European Council. Christina, you were absolutely right. There are individual challenges as well as there are, of course, commonalities, when it comes to those conditions which need to be fulfilled. I would rather ask you, what's the Moldova's practice when it comes to the EU Commission's role, which I would regard as indispensable, and DGNIR's and as indispensable down on the way to implement, to help implementing those conditions. My point is the EU Commission's role should be not only in assessing, how those conditions are implemented, but also to be involved as much as it can in monitoring as well as assisting on a daily basis, on a routine basis, if you will. So give us, please, a bit an insight. As far as I know, in Moldova, you have
let's go to
sure,
ask
the question is, what's Moldova's practice? What's the daily routine role of the European Union Commission and perhaps the DGNIR? Because I would rather
sorry, we have to go forward.
Sure.
Please pass the mic here. Let's speak. Let's say 3 questions.
Good afternoon. My name is Victoria. I represent Radio Ukraine International, and my question is to Mr. Ambassador. How seriously changed the attitude to Ukraine for the last year, since the beginning of the war, from the European Union perspective? I mean, I understand that you can't be a member of European Union just for heroism, but still, what obstacles do you see on the Ukrainian path to become a European Union member now? Is it the main obstacle is the war, or it's we are thinking about just fulfilling our main home task is to making reforms, and it's the biggest challenge. Thank you.
Yeah, and I see Mikhailo is ready to ask third question, and we will go for answers.
Thank you. My name is Mikhailo Zhernakov, and my question is to Ambassador Masikas. I represent the Euro Foundation dealing with judicial reform in Ukraine. And first of all, thank you for making judicial reform number one priority in the 7.7 priorities for the European integration. Now the question is, there is a big risk now that the corrupt judicial corporation, the judicial mafia as we call it, will butcher the judicial reform in January by not appointing 8 new members to the High Council of Justice, which is the top judicial institution that is mentioned specifically in the decision of the European Council and European Commission. If that does not happen, we most probably will not have functioning High Council of Justice in year 2023. I know it's not solely your decision, but do you believe that EU will grant Ukraine, will open the negotiations if we fail to form the functioning High Council of Justice in year 2023? Thank you.
Thank you. So let's try to focus on all these questions, and also I would ask Timoras to address a question about the way you work with the Commission. So the same question as was addressed to Moldova. Christina, please.
Thank you, Pata. I'll try to be quick so that we can take more questions. From day one, when we were granted the candidate status and when we started developing this action plan that we thought would be a good reflection of the conditions and how we plan to meet them, from day one we shared that knowledge with the Commission and our thoughts how we should do about it. We explicitly asked for feedback, and despite not getting a formal feedback from the Commission of what we should expect from their evaluation of this action plan later on in 2023, we did have a good conversation about what was their thinking around the 9 conditions, the 9 steps that Moldova was given. We're working very closely with our partners in civil society who are also trying to be that bridge between the government and the Commission, trying to explain what we are doing or what we are not doing. We're also trying to invite various Brussels institutions to understand better how we're moving on certain steps. For instance, on de-oligarchization, the one that for us at this moment has the toughest deadline, but at the same time is one of the most complex ones. Here we also have the openness of the Commission to share what their thinking is around that, even though it's quite abstract for all of us and quite difficult to put your hand on it. But what I'd like to say is that we're trying to have an open and frank discussion about how things are going in terms of implementation, so that we don't get any surprises or bottlenecks in the years to come.
Timoras, floor is yours. Maybe you have some ideas how to make sure that sometimes vague recommendations by the EU are duly understood by the capitals, by yours, ours, and by Chisinau.
Thank you very much. Yes, I can say that the same situation was in Georgia, as Moldova already stated. And we were trying just to find out what the concrete demands were from the European Union and how we are going, what was the expectation to implement the recommendations. So we have, in our practice, in Georgia's practice, so we have created working groups. So within the parliament and in the working groups, so there is an engagement from the government, as I mentioned already, in the non-governmental sectors, and we have the permanent consultations on it. We have the permanent consultations as well with our partners in the European Union, and the concrete member states are consulting, and we are consulting them as well, how to proceed further. So we have a permanent consultations with the Commission. on it. And I have mentioned the recent visit of the Commission in Varhey to Georgia, and we had a really interesting and result-oriented discussions how to deliver on these 12 recommendations. And of course, when we're talking about the implementation process, so it's really important when we have the consultations with the institutions within the Brussels institutions. And just for your information, I would like to state that it's really good development that quite a big expert group composed from the governmental sector, non-governmental parliament is going to visit Brussels in the next few days. And we are going to discuss the process, and we are going to discuss the expectations from the Commission. So the process is underway, the job is underway. And as I mentioned, we are result-oriented, and we do hope that we will deliver as we have planned.
Thank you, Ambassador. You're a hero of our audience, so most of questions were directed to you, but also I would like you, if you feel that something has to be reflected on communication with Commission, you can also start with this, and also please give your answers that you would like to the questions that were asked.
Thank you very much. The EU's executive, the European Commission, has been in the leading role in this process. You all have seen the President of the Commission, Ursula von der Leyen, having visited Kiev 3 times since the beginning of the war. You saw how Ukraine featured very highly on her annual State of the Union speech in September, and indeed it is the Commission, it is the DG NEAR that is in the driving seat, assessing, advising, taking stock constantly of these processes. Of course, all decisions in the EU will be taken by member states, but Commission's role is indispensable here. The question of the perception or the attitude towards Ukraine is a very pertinent one. First of all, I am 100% convinced that the EU's for the EU very quick, swift, and forthcoming decisions on Ukraine and also other countries we are discussing here were supported by the public opinion in EU member states. Democratic governments read and acknowledge the views of their citizens. And by the time in May, June, when the Commission proposed the candidate status and the European Council approved it, a vast majority of EU citizens supported granting this candidate status for Ukraine. One can go probably into more detail on why this has happened. Is it just a sympathy towards the underdog in this war, a country that has been attacked by its nuclear neighbor without any reason? The courage of and the skills of Ukrainian armed forces, for sure, is there. For all our democratic member states, has been a very crucial element to see that Ukraine's democracy functions in the times of war. The parliament is meeting, the civil society is as vibrant as ever. The newly reformed local municipalities, hromadas, are working for their citizens. This all contributes. And a third element, all the countries that lie between, say, the river Elbe and Russia have felt that the big powers in the West quite often look at these countries through the Moscow's prism as a function of their policies and their relations with Russia. Big powers matter, so the focus has been on Russia, and then the countries that lie in between have not always gotten all the attention and understanding they deserve. We see now how in this horrible situation of war, the world is more and more conscious of what Ukraine is. What is Ukraine's culture? Borscht being exhibit A here, right? How many things that the wider world has considered to be Russian are actually Ukrainian. How vibrant is the Ukrainian culture? I mean, in the Financial Times, there are stories about Ukrainian fashion designers, etc., etc. That all has contributed to this much more awareness and thus much more support to Ukraine's pragnienia, aspirations. Now, on the obstacles or possible obstacles on that way, let's leave aside the war. In terms of the further integration, it is a very important factor, but war in itself has not hampered any of the processes that we have been through and still pursuing this year. It's very much on Ukraine's own capacities of delivering on the 7 recommendations, on adopting regulations and standards to be further or better integrated with the EU single market, to trade with the EU single market. This morning, my agriculture advisor told me that the pace now and the quality of the legislation that the Rada is now adopting in order to better implement the free trade agreement in the field of agriculture is absolutely commendable, etc. The judicial reform is very close to my heart personally as well. The 2 major breakthrough laws that the Rada adopted the summer of 2021 laid a very good basis for a sweeping judicial reform. The Ethics Council for the High Council of Justice actually never stopped working, and the High Qualification Commission of Judges resumed its work in the summer. These laws are being implemented. I get very well your question about the possible bottleneck of the Congress of Judges. You may recall that last fall, a year ago, the same kind of hesitations were in the air. Whether the Congress of Judges actually is able, willing to nominate the members to these 2 bodies. In the end, they did. And I'm absolutely certain that the Congress of Judges will rise to the occasion this time as well, and the international partners are there to facilitate this as well.
Yeah, thank you. So I'd like to stress that we are present on a historic event when ambassador has proved that he is a Ukrainian. He started to forget English words, knowing Ukrainian words. Sorry. Also, I think that we've got some questions. Yeah, but before we follow to the audience, I will misuse my moderator rights again, and I will ask question to every panelist. Which is about Eastern Partnership. And in this case, I will try to represent Ukraine, despite being a moderator, but as Igor has left, I will try to take his chair. So Ukrainian officials, Ukrainian civil society is sure that as Ukraine is a candidate country, Eastern Partnership is becoming obsolete for us. Because we see that, for instance, Balkan countries are not members of the neighborhood, they are candidates. While with Ukraine, there is still not that much clarity from the EU side. So we see contradicting messages, we see statements, official statements, for instance, of Ukrainian Vice Prime Minister Olga Stefanishyna saying that, well, we are not in the Eastern Partnership anymore, but we also hear some statements like, for instance, recently in interview to European Pravda, representative of the chairing MFA, let's say, Jan Marian from Czech Republic says that no, Eastern Partnership is still there and Ukraine is still part of it. So let's discuss how do other participants see future and their participation in this format. And let's start from Moldova, which is again close to Ukraine and close to me. Christina, do you see that Eastern Partnership is a mechanism that you need, or we should rather stick to candidacy and now other, let's say, polumere?
Thank you, Sergei. I think it's important to start by acknowledging how much the Eastern Partnership has done, at least for the three former associated countries so far. It has helped build the basics and the fundamentals that led to candidate status for Ukraine and Moldova and to potential candidate status for Georgia. Here I think it's also very important to acknowledge the fact that everyone raises questions, what's the future of the Eastern Partnership? And I think considering the changes, in in our path towards accession to the EU, we also need to rethink the Eastern Partnership. I think this is an ongoing discussion, how we should do it best. I think the primary role of the Eastern Partnership was to provide benefits, tangible benefits to the citizens of the 6 countries. I think it can still do that, but I also think that it could do more. If you ask me, my personal opinion is that it should help Ukraine, Georgia, and Moldova accelerate their path towards the EU, but at the same time build that, or work on that missing connectivity links among the countries that are interested in a better cooperation among them.
Yeah, Timoras, your position, as you are again in special territorial position, your neighboring countries are those who do not have membership perspective and even have membership desire, let's say. How do you see, what should be our role and the future of the Eastern Partnership?
Thank you for this, and I'll share the opinion that Eastern Partnership already has brought concrete results. And when we look at Georgia, Moldova, and Ukraine, so we see already are the countries which are the candidate and potential candidate countries, which is a concrete result, and we are going to continue in this manner. Except this, we were always advocating that Eastern Partnership has the prospects to be developed, and especially when we are talking about the concrete initiatives and concrete ideas. When I was mentioning about the policy which should be based on the result-oriented approach and tailored-based approach, I meant that the countries of our region, who are the members of the Eastern Partnership as well, have their own vision and view how to develop cooperation with the European Union. And we always were advocating that such cooperation should be in place and developed. And we have seen that during the challenging period, how important is now our region and how important is the country which is located on the Caspian Sea basin and have the huge opportunity, possibility to be the partner, the energy and transportation partner for the European Union through, of course, Georgian territory. And I think that the huge success already which we have can be implemented in the future in a more success. And especially I mentioned already energy sector and transportation sector. And within the Eastern Partnership as well, we have this, I mentioned in my intervention as well, the economic investment plan. And every individual country within this plan have its own approach as an own flagship initiatives. For example, Georgia has the main priorities within this to deliver energy sources, to deliver more goods from Asian markets and vice versa to Europe and vice versa from Europe to Asian markets, and to develop these routes. And we have seen that the single opportunity, single reliable road now is a so-called middle corridor. And I think that it should be taken into consideration when we are talking about the Eastern Partnership, when we are talking about the other participant states of within the Eastern Partnership. And I think that it's my opinion, an opinion of my ministry as well, that the prospect of development within the Eastern Partnership still exists, and we have to pay more attention, as I mentioned already, to the individual approach and to the tailor-based development approach.
So, Mati, floor is yours. It's your time to reflect. We have Ukrainian hesitance to continue with Eastern Partnership, and we have other partners that are much more, let's say, leaning towards this format. Do you see a chance to convince Ukraine, or probably something should be changed?
Yes, thanks. Even before Ukraine became a candidate country, there was not that much enthusiasm towards this particular policy in Ukraine, due to Ukraine's size, due to Ukraine's higher aspirations on the EU integration, all these things, which I fully sort of understand. At the same time, as made clear, and I want to thank both previous speakers, it's the Eastern Partnership framework has, or still has, awful lot of things and funding for things that benefit the citizens. And rightly so, most notably in the field of connectivity. And I am 100% convinced that the Ukrainians, who are very pragmatic people as well, will make the full use of these opportunities that are there. It's an additional format, an additional way to discuss practical issues with your neighbors, which makes sense. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Ambassador. Susan, you quite rightly said that public opinion also, let's say, tried to take into account Russia's role, Russia's future, when public is considering future of other countries. Let's continue reflecting on that with connection to Eastern Partnership. Don't you think that given this format includes those countries that do not even try to become the EU members, like Azerbaijan, like Armenia, Belarus is somehow hanged up. Don't you see that continuing to go forward with this format also undermines understanding in the EU that there are some countries in this format that aspire to be members.
Well, I think over time, I mean, we've seen this continual differentiation process of the Eastern Partnership, and that's only been continuing and becoming more extreme in the current environment. So I would say that I agree absolutely with what has been said, the emphasis that has been placed on the connectivity issues and their continued or maybe increasing relevance. And I also want to bring up one other sector that we haven't maybe mentioned in the context of the Eastern Partnership, which is civil society, where the cooperation across civil societies of the countries of the region over the period of the Eastern Partnership's existence has been very important, and this has been a very helpful structure, I think, for fostering that cooperation. But I think if we see that there's further differentiation and there are perhaps only 2 or 3 areas where the Eastern Partnership is still playing a role, it might be a time to start thinking about whether there are other European structures which can accommodate these discussion of and work on these issues like connectivity on the one hand, like civil society cooperation on the other, because I do think that over time, I mean, the trend is toward kind of potentially easing out the Eastern Partnership in favor of other structures. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. So, floor is passing to the audience. The last row, please. Is there a mic? There should be one. And please indicate who would like to ask us questions, because I saw earlier there were more hands up. Yeah, go forward.
Thank you very much. Krzysztof Nieczypor from Center for Eastern Studies in Warsaw. According to what Mr. Żokwa already said about the multi-level decision-making process in Brussels, German Chancellor Olaf Scholz a few months ago announced that he fully supports the membership of Ukraine in European Union, while at the same time he conditioned this fact on reforming within the European Union, and it includes, which includes resigning from unanimity of decision-making process in EU, which has been already criticized by some of the EU members, and which means that this process, this reform process, will last some long period of time, probably years, if being adopted at all. So my question is, don't you afraid that reform process could extend the accession process in a long period of time, and probably it will make another never-ending story for Ukraine and Moldova? And don't you think that Ukraine, Moldova, or maybe Georgia should be included in this reform process, as the EU, after the reforms, could be such a different organization as the one they were expected to join? Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you for the question. Quite an important one, so let's try to answer. Ukraine would not be able, only maybe me. So, Christina, floor is yours.
I think the EU member states have risen this reform question for some time now. It's on the table, and of course we know different opinions exist within the EU. I think it's a matter of EU affairs and of EU member states to decide how quickly and whether they want to move with this at all. But it's definitely going to affect the future accession or potential candidates for accession. I think what we can do on our side is more important here, and I think why qualified majority voting for us is important is because there are countries that don't know us, or as the ambassador has mentioned, they know us, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, through the Russian lens. So I think on our side, what's important here is to make ourselves better known, more transparent to the EU member states. Here I fully agree with Susan, who has mentioned that the opinion of the member states, of course, is a factor that we cannot just take off the table. So here, what I would urge civil society and also what we are trying to make at the level of the government is to make Moldova better known both to the societies of the EU member states, but also to the governments of the EU member states. I think our national reform agenda fully coincides with the expectations of the EU from our European integration path. And the more or the better we are known by our counterparts in the EU, there is less fear of the uncertainty. Who are we bringing on board or potentially bringing on board? Of course, there are examples that are increasing the fears of the EU member states to bring new, not fully reformed and not fully consolidated democracy into the European family. But that's fully understandable and justifiable. So here I would look better on our side what we could do more from our perspectives to decrease these fears of uncertainty.
Let me clarify, if I may. So we really have, let's say, several dimensions, or at least two dimensions of reform. One is reform inside Moldova, Ukraine, Georgia, and another is EU reform. Would you stick to the position that before EU reforms there is no chance at all to proceed with the accession?
Before our domestic reforms?
No, from EU, before EU reforms.
I cannot, I mean, as I said, we could decrease the level of uncertainty that would help us out if there is no reform inside the EU. Mm-hmm. I think that with a candidate status, we had the same uncertainty. We were very sure because you need, a unanimous vote to get the candidate status. And 1 year ago, no one would have thought that to be possible. It could be possible again with opening the accession negotiations, but it could equally not be possible. Same with the membership.
Yeah, next time I guess we should shift the order, but this time let's go like your Terras. How do you see? What would you reflect on a connection between reform, let's say 2 dimensions of reforms, and your accession to the EU?
Yes, accession and membership of the European Union of Georgia is a two-way process. So, of course, we are going to continue our reform internally, and we have to deliver. So, we have to be better known. We have to be prepared for the right time, when Europe as well will be ready to get the new members into the European family. I think the main task now for us is just to make the progress, what we have taken as an obligation. Would it be the implementation of the association agreement, DCFTA, or the recommendations which we have now on the table. And the time, I'm sure the time will come when both Georgia and the European Union, Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine, and European Union will be ready to join each other and to become the members of the one family.
Ambassador, your position on these reform topics. We have heard plenty of statements of EU officials, not EU officials, sorry, but EU member states, saying that a reform is a precondition for any accession. But at the same time, we see that sometimes creativity makes miracles. Is there a room for that kind of creativity that can create that miracle? Because really EU reform seems to be quite a hard job.
Thank you very much. All the previous rounds of EU enlargement were also accompanied by deepening the cooperation within the EU. There is nothing new there. To give you just one example, the Laeken Declaration from December 2001 that was the final step of confirming that the Central Eastern European countries will accede soon. The same Laeken Declaration started the constitutional treaty, which later became the Lisbon Treaty process, which was a huge step on the deeper integration. These, as rightly remarked by previous speakers, the issue of the qualified majority is nothing new, or to extend the qualified majority voting to some areas that are currently not under. It's nothing new. It's a discussion that has been ongoing for years. Is not linked with the current enlargement process, and reflecting what Christina said, and to what Sergei said, I'm sure that when the current candidate countries are proceeding on their own merits and doing all the homework, the EU will rise to the occasion, and no candidate country will be left hostage of some internal quarrels. So responsibility does miracles, Sergei.
Yeah, thank you. Susan, sometimes you're a skeptic in our circle. Let's check whether it follows now. So just today I read in news that Jörg Kukis, who is a key diplomatic advisor, as far as I understand, or key advisor of Chancellor Scholz, he said that new accession can only happen when it is when EU reform also happens at the same time or before. How do you see? Is it rather an attempt to make the process slower, or maybe there is a chance to make the miracle, or it's just a trade issue between EU member states? How do you see the process?
I don't think that at the moment it's an attempt to make the process slower. I think I do see two dangers with regard to EU reform. I mean, one is that if it's not achieved, then the EU decision-making processes will become much more unwieldy with the number of new member states that are anticipated. And number two, there is the danger that later on it could become an excuse for those member states who at that point are against taking on new members or certain new members. They may try to use EU reform as an excuse, but I do see, like the previous speakers have indicated, the possibility of pressure if Ukraine in particular and the trio in general if it's clear that all three countries are at the point where with their own reforms they are ready to enter the EU, and that's obvious, then I think it will be very difficult for the EU to go to sort of drag that out indefinitely, particularly because of lessons learned from, say, Turkey, from the Western Balkans processes. So I think there is an option for that pressure to really have some results. Thanks.
Yeah, thank you. I'd like, before I let you go to the lunch, because it already smells and I see that you're tired, I'd like to ask you to help me to plan my mission to Chisinau next spring. Well, journalists have to plan in advance, and that's a rare chance in times of war when we have an event which is already planned, which is European Political Union. How does it? Community, yeah, which will have a second summit in Chisinau, and that's quite an unusual format, as we have seen in Czech Republic. But maybe you have suggestions. What can we expect there? Do you see that this format could grow up to something more formalized? Do you see that it can become somehow even a replacement of something? I don't know of what. And what do you expect to see in Chisinau next year? Well, again, Christina, you have to be the first.
Maybe as the host, I could conclude the discussion.
Yeah, so you're quite right. So let's go in the reverse order. Susan.
Okay, thanks. I think this is still a very open question. I mean, I think we still have to see what happens in this format. I liked very much the suggestion that was made earlier that this could be an opportunity for discussing a future European security architecture. I think we need formats for doing that, and I think that the European political community is broad enough for that type of discussion to happen there, not only there, of course, but I'm not yet convinced that this is a format which is going to exist, let's say 10 years down the line. I think it depends on developments between now and then, and the extent to which the format shows itself to be useful beyond just an opportunity for sort of bilateral exchanges to happen in a kind of concentrated way. Thanks.
Ambassador?
But not only bilateral. The way that the first meeting of the European political community was conducted actually enabled for the groups of leaders in separate tables for in-depth and confidential discussions on common issues, and that proved to be a good method. It's not only a forum that everybody would come and then look for the bilaterals in the margins. No, I find it again. The EU policy of enlargement will stay in place and be there, but a forum for all European countries to discuss issues that matter for everybody who bear responsibility for our continent. I think it's a good one. From the UK down to Georgia, Armenia, Azerbaijan, Turkey, you see how wide is the variety and how well it covers the full continent. So I'm relatively optimistic still.
Vice Minister, your turn now, and you've been the most enthusiastic towards Eastern Partnership. Maybe you see some particular perspectives in this format that we have missed now?
So, what was the first meeting of the European political community, which brought several players, different players, in one table to discuss the challenges which we face now in Europe. We are considering that it's really important. At the initial stage, when the initiative was brought to us, we were quite concerned that it could be somehow be the replacement of the existing formats which we have already with European Union. But we have seen in the first meetings that it is a really important one to provide vision for the future development, to provide a vision for our further engagement, and I'm sure that it will be helpful for us, for example, for the candidate states, to be more engaged in the processes within the European Union and with the European Union, and not only. So I think that it can bring quite good results for our future endeavors for our cooperation.
So, Christina, your time to conclude, but I will also ask you to focus additionally on organizational issues, let's say. Now we are not only facing political, let's say, discussions, what should this format lead to, but we are also facing Russian rockets, we are facing blackout, and I would say that it seems to be a threat that this forum is endangered by this. Do you see a way for it to be even postponed, or you are that much keen to have this event in early spring, late spring, when exactly?
Thank you. I think it's very early to put across on this format. I think the European political community will be what we make of it. It's going to be only the second meeting, and of course we bear a lot of responsibility how it's going to go. I think it's very clear from the first meeting that some of the hesitations have proven wrong, like that it's going to be only it's going to replace, for instance, the European path of accession of the 3 associated countries, or that it's only going to be a coffee shop. So some of these hesitations have been taken away. At the same time, I think the format brings indeed a lot of opportunities. The challenges that we face today are not only contained to the European Union as, you know, a very clearly defined space. I think the challenges we're all dealing today are going way beyond the borders of the EU, and this format provides the opportunity to discuss some of the most difficult questions in a broader European format. And indeed, the reform of the European security architecture is one of the topics that can be further addressed within this format. So here I would say that it's too early to, you know, to say that it's a good or a bad thing. It really depends on what we make out of it. An additional point here, I think, from my previous capacity of a researcher, I really underestimated the role of personal relationships between heads of states and governments. Now I understand that to be very important, and I think this European political community format gives that opportunity also for countries like Ukraine, like Georgia, like Turkey, Moldova, to be known better and to be seen from a different light. On the logistic side of things, indeed, we are also concerned, but I think everyone is concerned. We are very close to the war zone, but at the same time, this is an opportunity to show what is the reality on the ground for countries that are very close to the very serious security challenges that we face in the region.
So you are sure that forum will take place in spring 2023?
I hope so.
Oh, okay. What we are completely sure that lunch is there for everyone, and only Timoras would have to have lunch on his own. Thank you everyone for participating. Thanks to our panelists, and see you after lunch.
Thank you.
Dear friends and colleagues, I think that we can start. Take your seats. So we are starting our next session, named by Western Balkans and Eastern Europe in one basket. Reforms, perspectives and synergies for speeding up the accession process. We have very distinguished speakers with us and two online speakers, Georg Ziegler, Deputy Head of the Support Group for Ukraine, European Commission, and Zorian Nechev, Head of the Center of EU Integration at IDCSC, North Macedonia. I think that we met together in October with Zorian. And we have our offline speakers, and thanks all of them that you are here, despite the situation, despite the danger, and that you support us. To open up the session, I would like to start that in October, together with the New Europe Center, we visited a few Western Balkans countries. It was very interesting and fruitful visit for me, as we discovered that there are a lot of bottlenecks during the accession process, but also it is a chance to make some very important reforms that are needed for the society of candidate countries. So I would like to start with the question, maybe what do you see common between the Western Balkan and Eastern Europe in terms of the accession process, and what is in common? So I would like to start with Georg Ziegler. Georg, are you with us?
Yes, thank you very much for the invitation to this forum. I find it very important that you have this Accession Exchange Forum, and that you basically immediately after becoming candidate, you were reaching out to the Western Balkans to learn from the process. Maybe let me start with what is not in common. I think what is not in common, at least so far, is the speed. I mean, there is a tremendous speed in the first steps at least, and let's hope we can continue like that with Ukraine when it comes to the enlargement process. Ukraine has, as you know, on the 5th day of the war, applied for membership, and we were able, within 5 months, go back and forth with the questionnaires. We were extremely quick on our side with putting together the questionnaires, but Ukraine was even more quick in replying, because replying is, of course, more difficult. And this was a tremendous experience. Also, I think for the colleagues in the Commission here dealing with Western Balkans, to see such a determination on the side of Ukraine, such a speed, and this was not at the detriment of quality. I mean, the replies to the questionnaire were of a high quality, from content-wise, but also English-wise, language-wise. So I had dealt before with Bosnia and Herzegovina for many years, and I think it took us 18 months to go back and forth on the questionnaires. And with Ukraine, we went back and forth in a few months, and after 5 months, we not only achieved the enlargement perspective, which of course the Western Balkans had already received in 2003 by the Thessaloniki summit, but which Ukraine had not received, and which actually in the years before had been refused to give to Ukraine, despite their very strong wish already before the war. But I think it was a huge leadership shown by the President of the Commission, who traveled a lot to see other EU leaders, to convince them not to only to give the enlargement perspective, but also the candidate status, which is a tremendous achievement. So instead of 5 years, it was 5 months. So that's certainly something not in common with Western Balkan. And of course, it would be good to see how we can also use the Ukrainian enlargement process to dynamize the enlargement process for Western Balkan, also to speed it up in a way. And I must say, we were impressed by Ukrainian Deputy Prime Minister when she came, Mrs. Stefanishina, and she told us, we don't want shortcuts. It's not about shortcuts. It's about if we deliver quickly, we want you to deliver quickly. That's all. We want a fair deal. If we are quick, please, you also be quick and don't put the foot on the brake. And that's something which so far I think worked. We have, of course, now the 7 steps in the opinion for membership. And Ukraine has a lot of homework to do to go then in the direction of the next step. But I think that's something which is not in common. I think what is in common is, of course, are the fundamentals. I mean, the fundamentals, which is very much rule of law, anti-corruption, judiciary, these issues, which are part of the opinion, which is Copenhagen criterion number 1. This is, of course, also very crucial for Ukraine. And that's why the steps which Ukraine got, so the homework Ukraine got, is very much linked to this. So on that one, there is a lot in common with the Western Balkans, but hopefully, again, the speed how to respond to this homework, hopefully is much quicker than we have seen in Western Balkans. And what we have seen so far, and we just had a video conference the other day on one of the steps, and we have actually every 2-3 weeks, we have a meeting at a high level and technical level to have more details on the homework done on the Ukrainian side. I think here, again, this is in common, fundamentals are in common, but so far at least Ukraine has taken up also with quite an intensity this. But it's no surprise, because for Ukraine, there's only the fuite en avance. I mean, there's no alternative. NATO is not open. There's a war. There's the Russian aggression. Means they need to go. There is nothing open than to go to the EU, and that's where all this determination comes from, which we are witnessing. And I think I would wish. I've been dealing 7 years with Bosnia, 4 years with Albania. I must say, I think on the Albanian side, I saw also a lot of determination, but I wish sometimes that in the Western Balkans, we would see a little bit more of this determination to move forward. Over to you.
Thank you, Georg. And I would say that we are ready to work with you with speeding up the process. So a lot of expectations from our joint cooperation regarding this 7 recommendations, and thank you very much for your even personal, I would say, involvement in, and I see that there is a big will from your side with helping us on next steps. So I would say that we can move further with the next speaker. This is Julian Groza, Executive Director of the Institute for European Policies and Reforms in the Republic of Moldova. Julian, the floor is yours, and I think that maybe the question is the same. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ivan. I'll try indeed briefly to refer to the topic of this session and trying to address your question as well. But I'd like to start with putting things into perspective when talking about Moldova and the Western Balkan countries. Since early 2000s, Moldova has declared its foreign policy objective, number 1 foreign policy objective, number 1 domestic policy objective, European integration process. Paradoxically, it was done by communists who came to power in 2000s with the promise for Moldova to join Belarus-Russia Union. But even communists realized at that time that that was not the way for Moldova to develop. And even communists realized at that time that the European Union provides you a space for stability, development, and security. Well, at that time, one of the ideas Moldova was really much looking at was finding ways how to get on the train of accession to the European Union. This is how we joined the Stability Pact for Western Balkans. It was Stability Pact for Southeastern Europe. When we joined Southeastern Cooperation Process, Stability Pact as an instrument of this format to basically prepare at that time, Western Balkan countries with clear European perspective to get ready to join the European Union. Since then, we joined CEFTA, Central European Free Trade Area. We became co-founders, basically, of the reformed CEFTA. We also became co-founders of Regional Cooperation Council, alongside with other Western Balkan countries. I mean, the regional cooperation, the European integration process was not something that Moldova was not aware, not only in terms of statements and processes and policies, but also watching the processes in which the Western Balkan countries have been involved in. There were actually two differences that when looking at Moldova. We didn't have at that time a European perspective, and we didn't have, and we don't have until now, access to structural funds, well, sort of structural funds in the form of the IPA funds. But since then, we were trying to learn from the lessons. We're trying to learn from our peers in Western Balkan countries, working hand in hand together, not being part of stabilization association processes, not being part of IPA funds, not having clear European perspective, but trying to find ways how to learn from the process. That made us, in a way, already at that time, aware how complex and how difficult is the enlargement process. And now, today, well, we are in a different situation. We are a candidate country. And of course, that means that we have a lot of work to do, and we discussed that in the previous panels, what we should do in order to start negotiations. We need to comply with this political conditionality that the EU has imposed on us, on all of us. And we have to do our homework, but at the same time, EU also have to do reforms in terms of policies, both looking at the Eastern neighborhood policy, where Georgia, Moldova, Ukraine is, but also looking at the enlargement policy as well, which was recently revised, relatively recently revised in 2020. But still, given the new decisions, of course, we would expect that the European Union would look into the existing policy, adapting it to the new realities, and at the same time helping our countries to advance based on the experiences of the Western Balkans, of course, but today together with Western Balkan countries. In the meantime, what happened is that we managed to sign the association agreement, which essentially is, of course, much more comprehensive than the stabilization association agreements the Western Balkans had, which provided an advantage for us, for associated countries. The advantage of committing already to integration processes, to harmonization process. Over 70% of the EU acquis is already part of our acquis, when looking at the association agreement. We have a commitment to transpose and implement about 70% of the EU acquis already today, which was not necessarily provided for the Western Balkans when they started the process. So that, in that sense, this provides for us some opportunities in terms of the next steps. So we don't start from scratch. We engage into a process which provides more instruments and opportunities for countries like Ukraine, Moldova, and potentially Georgia. But already we did some homework. Of course, to have that happening, we need to address the fundamentals. And thanks to the new methodology, we know that fundamentals are the first to be opened, but the first to be closed. Which means that in principle, the EU member states Commission shouldn't worry that we start negotiations because it will take time. And of course, to happen that, we need to do again the homework. And the beauty part of it is that we know exactly what we need to do. I think these requirements, these steps that Commission has identified for us to measure the progress towards starting negotiations, they're very realistic. And we discussed about it in the previous panel. very realistic to be done in the course of the next year, in the first half of the next year. So I really hope that towards the end of the year, Commission will be ready to assess our progress and recommend to the Council the start of negotiations on these chapters, the clusters of fundamentals. Yeah, when looking at our conditions, out of 9, 5, the majority of them, they're addressing the first criteria: justice, rule of law, anti-corruption effort. It's something which is part of the government's agenda today. It's something which is closely monitored, but also supported by non-state actors, like think tanks, civil society. We're very much involved in this comprehensive justice sector reform, in anti-corruption efforts, finding institutions that can be supported and strengthening those institutions to become resilient enough to bring more efficient track record in terms of delivering on the fight against corruption. And we know that this will be difficult because this involves a lot of effort, this involves a lot of political will, but also this involves a lot of support. Again, the good news is that all of that, we have it. The only part that we need to address is the resistance of the system itself to change. However, if again, as mentioned, if we try to focus on these processes, we may advance. And my last point was looking at, again, I'm trying to look for good news. Recently, Commission basically recommended to stop the monitoring mechanism on Romania and Bulgaria after long years. Commission also recommended for Romania and Bulgaria to join Schengen. We all know that these processes have been very much political for the EU to be taken. We all know that the accession process is very much political for EU, but we know that it's still possible. So what it is important for us, countries like Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, is that we learn, all of us together. We learn from the experiences of the past and try not to perpetuate very important decisions of the time, and try to support the transformation processes in our countries by working together. And I think, again, countries like Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia, they are not and they should not be in competition with Western Balkan countries. Just like we have been in recently together with Ivan and Leo and Alena and my colleagues in Western Balkans, to learn from the experience of our Western Balkan countries, we realized that we have a lot of things in common, in terms of challenges, in terms of processes, in terms of perspectives. And I think we will all benefit from learning more from each other, working together, and really demanding to EU to change its approach to a succession process, lowering the politicization process of it, and looking at it as a merit-based process, which would really advance things in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Frederick Vaslau, Deputy Head of the EU Advisory Mission to Ukraine, and I will say a big friend of Ukraine, who supported us during this sprint of candidate status and questionnaire. So thank you for your support, and I would say that we hope that this your help will stay with us. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Ivan. It's a real pleasure to be here. So to try to address your question, I think the big obvious difference is, of course, the geostrategic one, the geopolitical one, that Ukraine is fighting against Russia's war of aggression. I mean, it's fighting for its existence as a nation, as a state, while at the same time trying to move forward on the accession process and reform. And I think it's important in this context to really acknowledge how much Ukraine has been able to deliver under these extremely difficult circumstances. I think it's also important to say that this geopolitical context is also what somehow opened up for the decision by the European Council in June as well, which is really a truly historic decision for Ukraine and for Moldova and for the European Union as well. I mean, I think it's important to reflect that this decision is such a massive repudiation of what Moscow's geopolitical ambitions are in the region, and a real confirmation from the EU side about where Ukraine and where Moldova belongs. So Ukraine and Moldova, I mean, really has now an incredible opportunity to move forward. I mean, there is enormous societal support in Ukraine for EU membership. There's tremendous goodwill as well within the European Union, within the institutions as well. And there's real momentum. So I think it's so important to capitalize on this momentum and really make the most out of it. If we go back to the Western Balkans and look at the Western Balkans, I mean, we see a lot of stagnation and we don't see too much momentum. So, I mean, I think the message here to the Ukrainian side is that make the most out of this momentum. Also, I think some of the risks that we've seen in the Western Balkans are also sort of common for Ukraine here. And first of all, I think there's the risk of backsliding. You know, we've seen backsliding in the Western Balkans. There's always this risk in Ukraine as well. So, you know, do whatever you can to avoid this, especially when it comes to the Copenhagen criteria, of course. I mean, obviously, during war, during martial law, there are many challenges when it comes to this. I think, you know, Ukraine has done a tremendous job in still being very careful in this area. But, you know, these risks must definitely be taken into account. And also not to cut corners. I think, you know, we see when candidate countries, when accession countries cut corners, it somehow backfires. You know, there's always, yes, there's it's a political process, but it's also a technical process, and the Commission will always, you know, look at cutting corners with great skepticism. So I think this is sort of a commonality where you know, Ukraine and Moldova should be very, very careful. You know, I think also in terms of commonalities, when it comes to the reform, I think we see many areas that are similar. I mean, there's, you know, obviously corruption, there's judicial reform, there's reform of the law enforcement sector, which EUAM works a lot on as well. So these things, I think we can all see. I would also point to another commonality, and this is really about some of these bilateral relations. I mean, I think we've seen in the Western Balkans that some of the neighbors have, in various ways, blocked some candidate countries from moving forward for bilateral reasons. And so I would say here that Ukraine should really look at some of these bilateral issues it has and try to resolve them as soon as possible, because sooner or later they will come back and bite. And so it's better to get those out of the way sooner rather than later. And then also, just really a final point, and this is in many ways about the accession process per se, and I think here there's also sort of a commonality of risk in a sense. I mean, we've seen in the Western Balkans that these processes can take a very, very long time, much longer than a typical electoral cycle, which means that your average politician doesn't really have too much incentive always to move forward because there are no really concrete deliverables, there are no carrots. So I think, and this is more a message to the EU rather than to Ukraine and Moldova, I suppose, but the EU, I would say, really needs to look at instead of having the big carrot at the end, having lots of small carrots along the way. I mean, there are these ideas about membership of the single market, the 4 freedoms. I think on a personal level, I think that this is something which, on the EU side, we should really consider, because what we don't want to do is set up these countries for failure, because the process just takes much too long. I mean, there needs to be political deliverables that these countries can deliver along the way to make sure that local support is there, that you know, there's political momentum, that we don't end up in a rut that we've seen in many cases in the Western Balkans. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Mikhail Zhernakov, chair of the board of the Euro Foundation. I'm calling him the guard of the rule of law. So the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, rather a watchdog. I try to be brief, but there are issues that have to be discussed definitely. I'm not the biggest expert on how it goes with the Western Balkans in Ukraine, but one thing for sure which is common in, I might say, all the accession countries, and even the most recent, some of the recent members of the EU, is the rule of law issues and judiciary. So we have to be vigilant here, and I will talk about this mostly today. Judicial reform is the number one out of 7 points, out of 7 priorities connected to Ukraine's EU integration, its candidacy, and the further accession negotiations, which of course is very good, and it's a recognition of how important this is for the country. Obviously paramount for Ukraine's successful transformation. If you look at the map of the world, there is no successful country without the rule of law, without the independent and fair courts. Right now, the good news is that Ukraine already adopted very ambitious laws, like the EU ambassador said, on the reform of 2 out of 3 institutions mentioned in this number one priority. Rule of law on the High Council of Justice and High Qualification Commission of Judges. However, the implementation goes not without the issues. And right now, even though the parliament did all they could with adopting the laws last year and appointing good members of the High Council of Justice this year, but there is other implementation stages where the Congress of Judges has to appoint 8 members, for example. And by the way, the judges have the biggest quota in the top judicial institution, which I do believe it is a reform blunder that we adopted as a country. It was a mistake by the previous government that we too early adopted this judicial self-governance principle before we cleansed our judiciary, which we also now believe is an issue in many other countries, because of course the EU standards are good and we want to adopt all the EU standards necessary to become members and to be a real European country with all the strong institutions. But it's very important to not adopt them too early, because the judicial self-governance is a very good rule to preserve the system, which we believe is a good policy measure for the countries where judiciary enjoys trust, where it acts as judiciary and not as a corrupt syndicate, which very oftentimes is the case in Ukraine. If you give a corrupt syndicate self-governance, then you have a problem. Now we do have this problem now in Ukraine, and we have the judges who select still a very corrupt members to these bodies, and now they're jeopardizing the judicial reform and hence the European integration of Ukraine by and this is a real scenario that is played out now by Ukraine's corrupt judiciary, is to not appoint the members of the High Council of Justice, and thus well, the ambassador did not answer directly whether the EU will accept non-functioning High Council of Justice as adoption of an implementation of a number one priority, but I really doubt that it will. So basically the corrupt judicial syndicate now might jeopardize the whole reform by not appointing these members, and I really would like to see, I thank Olga Stefanishina for mentioning that she is talking to the judiciary so they fulfill their role, but I'd really like to see more leadership here by the president himself as an author of the reform and as a guarantor of the rule of law as the constitution says. Now the second issue, which is also very important, is we're starting to see a very detrimental trend from the other side, from the international partners in the implementation of the reforms in Ukraine. And that is, we just recently, just a couple of days ago, we saw that there was a Venice Commission opinion released on the reform of the Constitutional Court, another very important institution that is also mentioned as a number one priority, that not only goes against their own recommendations of 2 years ago, when the constitutional crisis erupted in Ukraine, when the Constitutional Court basically dismantled the big part of Ukraine's anti-corruption infrastructure that we all worked very much about. then they said, Ukraine has a big problem. The reason for this is Ukraine has a big problem with political dependence of the constitutional court judges, and the independent selection mechanism is required to guarantee their independence. And for that, Ukraine has to have an independent commission that would include the representatives of the civil society and independent international experts. What they're saying now is basically, we still believe you have to have a commission assessing the law on that, the draft law. You still have to have a commission, but it's no problem that there are representatives of the political bodies instead of civil society. We recognize it might increase and contribute to political dependence, but we basically let it slide considering the special situation in which Ukraine is. And you know what? On top of that, even the decisions of this commission are not binding. So basically, the Venice Commission said, again, it went 180 degrees, made a U-turn on their own recommendations, and said because of war, we're watering down the reform that is crucial for the EU integration. And this, we understand that the international partners want to help Ukraine, and we thank for that. But you're not helping Ukraine by watering down reforms. You're not helping Ukraine by making its constitutional court more dependent. You're not making Ukraine by helping it cut corners. And it was already mentioned several times today that cutting corners is not an option. And by all means, you're not helping the EU by accepting a new member with huge rule of law issues. So in order to become the EU country, really, what I believe is we have to have strong rule of law institutions. And I really would like to address everybody who is involved in this process, especially the EU representatives. And I really would like to call on EU representatives to be tough on these demands, because if we have the highest leverage, which is the EU accession process, now that we had in decades and will have in decades, to make this reform happen, and now it's exactly the time to make them happen. So if we fail to do that now, we will not have this option and this opportunity in the next, I don't know how many generations. So please help Ukraine by helping it make good reforms that will last longer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mikhailo. Our next speaker is Sorin Ionita, President of Expert Forum, E4, Romania.
Thank you very much for the invitation. Thank you for our host today. So I'm from Romania. We are a very small think tank, so probably a couple of dozen people. And I have no official position in the States, so I represent civil society. And to cut the suspense and to be very brief, what I want to say today, what I want to convey are three messages. First, that we speak a lot about candidate countries, accession, Ukraine, Moldova, Western Balkan countries. But countries are not black boxes or balls, homogeneous things. There is a political and social dynamic in every country, and we shouldn't forget that. There are actors, social actors, and the process of integration rearranges the relations of power between them. My preoccupation, my priority is civil society, and we should be aware that they must play a role while being patriotic and supporting the country like we all did, including the countries which are now new member states. We also should have our own agenda, and I'm so happy that you said what you said before, because it's a very good illustration why you need in the country, even in the worst of moments, and Ukraine is now in a very extraordinary situation, you still need whistleblowers in the civil society, in think tanks, but who are honest whistleblowers with a Euro-Atlantic agenda, not from the other side. This is very crucial, and sometimes My second message is that the accession is not the finishing line of this tiresome, race, actually. In a way, it's a starting line, and this is what we've learned in my country, in Bulgaria. We learned it the hard way, because when we became members, we also, the job was not over, the work was not over. We ended up with a mechanism, which was called MCV, the Mechanism for Cooperation and Verification, which is basically a safeguard on judiciary and anti-corruption reforms, which were perceived as a key area There was some sort of guarantee that things will move over even after accession, when the Commission and the institutions are losing leverage, actually, over the country. And this is very important. And there are other things that you will continue to want to work for joining, like Schengen or the Eurozone and so on and so forth. So accession, I know, it is very important. It really is important. And if I were you, I would push for it as civil society person in Kiev as fast as possible. Because no country was ever ready when they joined. Not only 2004 wave or 2007, but even before. I'm not sure Greece was ready. What means to be ready? Nobody's ready. You should join when you have the opportunity. But then don't forget the parallel agenda that you should still reform the country internally. So we need an agenda for civil society, and I'm a bit parochial here. I speak for my interest groups, which is the European civil society in our region. I think we see very much eye to eye. I think we need in Ukraine like a supplement or an addendum to the Lugano agenda, to the Marshall Plan, to everything. So the whole country is working together, but we need mechanisms to support actually the existence of a civil society even after accession. Because do you know what we learn, again, the hard way, is that the MCV, all the mechanisms, all these things are diminishing their effectiveness over time, and especially after accession. After accession, you will lose a lot of support. A lot of donors will leave. The structural funds are not so easy to use for the civil society because, first of all, they go to government institutions, and second, if there are some big packages, it will be Pricewaterhouse and Deloitte who will have access to them, and they will try to hire you as subcontractors. So this is what happens, actually, after accession. We still need an agenda because in our countries, it's something very, very special. We need to have these honest brokers between Europe, between our vision for the future and the governments who come and go in these countries. They still need to be in place. The upper hand that you have now as civil society organizations in the new candidate countries will diminish over time. Hopefully, I will prove wrong, but this is what we saw in the other countries which are now new member states. Look at Hungary. Look at Romania. Look at Bulgaria. I mean, there's less and less, leverage. And rule of law, judiciary is important. It's probably the most important area of reform. Of the 7 conditions of Ukraine, probably 4, if not 5, have to do with the rule of law, actually, depending how you consider money laundering. But I would put it under the rule of law. So 5 conditions. And, anti-corruption and judiciary reform, these are not technocratic subjects that you have a plan and then you reform them and you can delegate them probably to the civil administration to. No, these are fundamentally political areas of reform, very sensitive, and if successful with this, what you do is that you change the structure of power in the country. Because, at least I'm speaking for my country or for the new member states, we had a sort of politics and parties which are built bottom up on relations of clientelism. This is how parties will build. And if you are successful with judiciary reform and anti-corruption, you create a new sort of politics based on different principles, not just the rotation of people. I mean, they will not go without screaming and kicking, as we see in all our countries. So this is a fundamentally political subject in which you engage to change actually who are the powerful people. It's much more difficult than it looks at the beginning. It's by no means a technocratic subject. This is precisely why we still need civil society after accession. I was for 5 years representing Romania in the European Economic Social Council, which is a very obscure European body, but where countries are represented, like in a small parliament. And this is for civil society right there. And you know what civil society institutionally means in Europe? It means 1/3 trade unions, 1/3 employee organizations, and 1/3 where we were is other interests. other interests, man's forestry, agricultural organizations, so think tanks like mine, like yours, like Leonid's, or like Julian's, we are just, sitting oddly there and trying to find a place for ourselves where we express, this kind of civil society that is very usual for us in Eastern Europe, but is not so usual in the West. So we must fight hard to find a place for ourselves in the European Union. And to conclude, I need to say something in defense of the European Union, because it might seem that I'm criticizing. We do criticize it, right? There's a whole cottage industry in every country criticizing Europe for this and that, structural fund, bureaucracy, everything. But we need to be aware of the fact that the European Union, it was not created to deal with countries like ours, and I include here also the new member states. It was an institutional arrangement between rich and democratic countries to align some policies, and that was all. They didn't have mechanisms and rules to deal with, with the Balkans. I consider Romania and Bulgaria the Balkans, to deal with incomplete modernization, historically speaking, of states, to deal with failed states, to deal with conflict, to deal with war. So we are seeing and we are trying to improvise here to create mechanisms to finish the process of modernization in Eastern Europe, to create institutions, to create rule of law, and there is no precedent for that. So we should have understanding for this tremendous organization that the EU is. And, sometimes when we are unhappy with a relation, and we should think that those people, it's not that they don't understand us, it's just that we need to change the organization in a way to be useful for our problems. So us being in is going to change Europe, the European Union, tremendously. It has already been the case, and even more when Moldova, when Ukraine joins, and when the Western Balkan joins. So we need to build it together in a way, but don't forget, it's not just the state, my state. I'm civil society. I also need to represent a voice which keeps my government in check. Without this, it will not work. So we need to do this in every country. We started a small process. I'm coming from Odessa. We try to organize small discussions between local NGOs, local administration in Ukraine. I think this dialogue is necessary, very much bottom up, and to supplement the whole big European agendas. There must be something there, to keep you going when you get closer to the EU, which hopefully will happen very soon. And when the war is over, we can start to have normal dialogue and polemics in every country between civil society and the governments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I don't see Zoran on the screen. Are you with us? Zoran, the floor is yours.
I can see you and I can hear you. Okay, thank you, Ivan, and thanks for the invitation to participate on this panel. As the only representative from the Western Balkans on this panel, it is a pleasure to share some of the opinions that I have and ideas on the process itself, but also to share the let's say the past experiences when it comes to the EU integration process. A lot of speakers ahead of me talked about commonalities, talked about differences. I think that we have to put that on a side now, as the title says, Western Balkan and Eastern Europe in one basket, where once you have been granted candidate status, alongside with Moldova, we are in this one very same basket. We haven't seen annual reports for both of your countries this year, but we are going to see it next year. So the whole point is that the only way that now we are going to look at the enlargement process is together. That's the only way, and I think it's not a discussion if, but it's a discussion how. And I think it's my opinion that we have to having in mind all this like extremely difficult situation of war in which Ukraine is, I think that now with the public opinion within the European Union so positive about Ukraine, that we need to use this opportunity to push things forward. Because what we have seen here, and we have just recently concluded, it was a bit more than a public opinion survey. We also did focus groups and elite interviews in the Netherlands, a country that Ukraine knows quite well because of the experience vis-a-vis the accession process, is that public opinion is not that negative, but it's mostly or sometimes the political elites. The same goes with France. Maybe it's not an issue in France, but it's also something that it has been used by political elites quite substantially. And what I see now with this associated trio and the motivation that exists within the European Union and the political will is extremely strong, and we have to use that. It is my personal opinion that what happens next in the Western Balkans will much depend on Ukraine. When Ukraine was given a candidate status alongside with Moldova, obviously it was the opinion within the European Union that we have to do something with the Western Balkans, and that's where we had like additional focus on at least some of the issues that can be resolved in a short period of time, and quite easy. And that's why we have seen the focus on France on resolving the bilateral issue between North Macedonia and Bulgaria. So political will within the EU is extremely important, as the first, I think, speaker mentioned, Georg, that it's not only just Ukraine providing answers, but the EU providing replies on time. So we have to see all of us together. So I'm not differentiating the two regions. Now we are talking as one. We need to talk as one, as what is required by the EU to push these countries do more or reform better within the process. And obviously, having in mind the structure as it is now indigenous year, this needs to change, or otherwise needs to be substantially increase in capacity. So I'm not talking only people, I'm also talking about funds, etc. From next year, we will have this 1.5 billion monthly budget support to Ukraine. All of these mechanisms are not permanent. We have to find, and now it's the high time, as also other speakers mentioned, now is high time to find a way how these funds structurally can be dispersed to candidate countries. I'm completely aware that Ukraine will be in a different situation because of the war, and even when the war stops, because of its size compared to all the other countries in the accession process. But we have now to decide, or to push the European countries to decide how these funds will be dispersed. So that's one thing. So working together is extremely important. Finding a structural way how this process will move forward. And the third one is how to sustain the political will that is created now, to extend it for a certain period of time, and in this period of time to move things forward in each of the countries. Because in the end, as other people mentioned also before, we have to do our own homework. We cannot say completely we need to move in the process without doing the reforms at home. There are a lot of discussions going on at the moment on how to move forward. We have a new methodology. You're quite aware of it. It's substantially more difficult than it was before. The way vetoes can be put forward on the table by any of the EU member states is much easier. So previously, in order to start the veto procedure, you needed 1/3 of the member states or the European Commission. With the new methodology, which has not been implemented yet in its full capacity, now you need only one member state. And at least my country have seen what kind of problems can an accession process be if you have a single member state which is negative to your accession process because of bilateral issues. What we need to do much more jointly is to advocate on this, and again coming back to the new methodology of this phasing in issue. So there is one single sentence in the new methodology which says that candidate countries can phase in policies to the European Union even prior to accession. Since the publication of the methodology, we haven't seen a single move by the European Commission on these phasing in policies. When we talk to the member states, they always point to the European Commission, and we haven't seen anything by the European Commission. What we need to do as candidate countries is also to ask the European Commission to see in which policies we as candidate countries want to be phased in. Because something like that has not been done. Exercise like this has not been done. And finally, what we need to push more strongly, because we are in the same basket, is this process of socialization. So to socialize as much as possible with the member states in order to get used to functioning in a way which will encompass the countries on the Western Balkans and Eastern Europe. Something which is at least coming from North Macedonia, I think, and I will finish here, is extremely important, is to try in this push from the European Commission to expand the usage of the qualified majority voting, also to push the Commission a bit more to try to find a way how we can use qualified majority voting in the enlargement process. Because with this union at 27, there will be always one that will oppose certain movement by any candidate countries, and that will have a repercussion to all the others. So I will finish with this. We need to work together. We are in the same basket. There is a political will at the moment created with the candidate status of both Moldova and Ukraine. We have to use that opportunity and push for things that we think will help us in the process, not only domestically, but also at the European Union level.
Thank you.
I remain open for any kind of questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Zoran. And I will invite participants to ask questions. And so please, Leo.
Thank you very much. My name is Leo. I represent New Europe Center. Thank you very much for the panelists for their inputs, which I find very interesting, and it's something we are thinking about as New Europe Center, but not only. I mean, wider the civil society. We join efforts with think tanks alike, Julian in Moldova, some other organizations in Georgia. We met Zoran in Skopje 1 month ago, And these are the issues which are actually quite new for our agenda, and thank you for underlining this, and Frederick, in your remarks also about this dangerous bilateralism when it comes to opening negotiations, because we have, as a country, Ukraine, I mean, aside from the war, has some other challenges ahead. We have some difficult relations with certain countries. I mean, one country that comes in my mind is Hungary, but of course, there are some other countries sometimes when we disagree over certain issues, and I think it's one very important element to think about is how to keep this bilateral disagreements or disputes, I mean, you can call it however you want, but keep them outside of the accession track, so we make sure that these are, you know, in parallel. And I think we are able to do this, but that is not going to happen by default, but rather that requires a certain effort in order to do this. And I also think that I liked what Zoran told or tried to focus is on these commonalities and trying to work together on the certain accession elements which are are how to put it correctly, are slightly unfair for the candidate countries, yeah? I think this changes. I mean, we'll have a session tomorrow on the reform of the methodology and stage accession, but I think this challenges with arising with the new methodology, and I'm not saying about the fundamentals. I think this is quite fair to demand from the candidate countries to be good on fundamentals, but also to have this fair approach when it comes to if you deliver, you get the carrots which are along the way to membership, yeah? And also, my question is now, that was a comment from my side, but I have a question. Maybe Zoran could answer this, or maybe someone else. How do we phase in, basically, what we have in the methodology? Because this is something new, and we'll have to handle, we'll have to learn how to use this new element in order to defend our interests while negotiating or on the way to our accession process. So sorry for being longer than maybe I should have been, but that was my question. Shall I pass the mic to the Susan?
I think that maybe we'll give an opportunity for speakers to reflect on your question, and then we'll move further. So maybe Zoran, would you like to answer?
Yeah, thank you, Leo, for the question, and great to hear you. Yeah, so we still have to find out how this is done. Why I'm putting so much emphasis on the Commission, because even after the publication of the Commission, we haven't seen documents out from DG NIR, which we will see how this. There is a lot of technical assistance going around the countries from the Western Balkans, trying to find a way how this should be done. But what we are needing, we need now is to see kind of guidelines how this can be done. What we can do actually, because we need to phase in European policy, so we cannot actually say how this should be done, but we can say, as candidate countries, we can say in which EU policies we want to be phased in. If we, judging from the experience with the Western Balkans, if you ask the EU, the primary interest of the EU will be to phase us in policies in regards to security. And there is always a way how things are done. Take, for example, if you analyze the Justice and Home Affairs area, we are, as countries of the Western Balkans,
okay, I see that.
We are quoted in the EU system. And I will give you just one example. Frontex, for example. We have recently, North Macedonia recently has signed, other countries from the Western Balkans even prior, has signed this status agreement for Frontex. If you read the status agreement, pretty much the Western Balkan countries are at the same level with the member states. In sense of, if there is a surge of refugees and migrants coming to our borders, we can ask the European Union to deploy armed forces on our own border and protect our border, which is not an EU border. We are still a candidate country. So we're quite integrating in the elements which EU has an interest in. But we as candidate countries, we need to see in which areas we also have interest. Put up a proposal before the Commission to phase us in these policies, whichever they are. Tomorrow, I've seen the agenda, tomorrow Gerald Knaus will speak. Our good friend, they're pushing for this idea of internal market. We have mentioned it in our paper, which has been published by IWM in Vienna, that one of these policies in which these countries have interest to be phased in is the internal market. How this should be done, in what way? Because regardless of where the countries, and this is the discussions that are going on currently in the European Union, we're talking about differentiated integration. So regardless where countries stand in the EU accession process, they can be phased in certain policies. So the countries which are now negotiating have this cluster 2, which is the internal market.
Thank you, Zoran.
Maybe I can complement, if you allow, Ivan.
Yes, Georg, I would like to pass the floor to you. Yeah, please.
Basically, for Ukraine, independently of the new enlargement methodology, as you know, the association agreement with Ukraine, but also with Georgia, Moldova, is much more ambitious than the ones we have with the Western Balkans. And that's why basically implementing the association agreement and exploiting it to its full potential means already quite a lot of integration into the internal market. And that's what we have in mind. I'm speaking now for our relations EU-Ukraine. Our president in her State of the Union speech mentioned seamless access to the internal market. I think there were some eyebrows on the Western Balkan side, but what she meant is basically a gradual integration by implementing things that have not yet been implemented, which is, for example, the so-called ACA, the conformity assessment agreements, which the Ukrainians call the visa-free for goods. This is something which is foreseen in the association agreement and would be a major step. We are currently working on 3 out of 27 sectors, so there's a long way to go. And the second issue we're working on is the internal market treatment. That's something foreseen in the agreement, but only with Ukraine, in 4 services sectors. And in one of them, we are now quite ambitiously pushing this, and our president also announced it in the roaming area, so that we want to make the telecommunication services the first application of internal market treatment, which would then bring, on the basis of this provision in our association agreement, free roaming to Ukraine, which of course both have to pay a price, and the providers in Ukraine, but also of course the providers in the EU. And there's, of course, as you know, there is a sector integration in the energy market. We have connected the energy grids. So there are many areas, also public procurement. We are now slowly but surely, hopefully now finally elevating the status of Ukraine, which should have been already elevated some years ago. But now I think it's time to do this, which gives the Ukrainians more access to the public procurement procedures in the EU and the other way around. So in that sense, this is what we call in our trade committee, we call this the priority action plan. And what we are now doing is to update this priority action plan for the years 23 and 24. And that's something we want to do as a deliverable for the summit. We will have the Ukraine summit probably early February, but maybe Ivan knows more. In any case, that's something we're working on. And that has not so much to do with a new methodology of enlargement, but this is something which is already built into the dynamic nature of the association agreement with Ukraine. Over.
Thank you. Would you like to reflect? Okay, so please.
I'll try to be brief, Ivan. Just to build on what Georg has underlined and what Zerd has also introduced. First of all, our countries have the association agreement, which already, as I mentioned, builds solid basis for integration processes in the meantime. The internal market accession advocated by Gerald is something towards we're moving in any ways, thanks to DCFTA. And there are many, many examples of intermediary integration processes which are happening. Roaming was mentioned, single euro payment area, transport community, energy community, and so on and so forth. So that already is providing us the solid basis. Now, coming back to phasing in, I would start with capacities. And when I talk about capacities for countries like ours, this is something I think very important. It is also very important for Commission. Zoran has mentioned it. We need a Commission which would be able to deal with us in not only in terms of providing kind of assessment, but also replying, cooperating, setting the baselines, not only the benchmarks, but also how to measure them. That means data, that means track record. So you need to make sure that we have a similar understanding of what track record means, which means you need to have basically the inputs in the reports have to be having the same assessment both in our countries but also in Commission and in member states. You cannot have various interpretations of very same data in terms of the track record. So capacities, cooperation, not only among ourselves or within our countries, but primarily with Commission to make sure, as I said, that we have the base, the common assessment of the progress so far, and we will not be able to walk out of political processes among the European Union member states, and what already Zoran has mentioned, providing veto powers for one country to block the process of accession. This is not fair. There is a long discussion among member states about qualified majority voting on issues of security or foreign policy. It should be also about enlargement. But I'll stop here because I think tomorrow there will be a very interesting discussion about this idea of the stage integration that colleagues from SEPS have been advocating so far.
Thank you. So, please, yeah.
Great. I have the microphone, so it's very convenient. Thank you. Susan Stewart from German Institute for International and Security Affairs, or SVP in Berlin. I would like to return to the rule of law topic. And I have two questions. One would go both to Soren Ionita and Mikhailo Zhernakov. And it's about the creation of the European Public Prosecutor's Office. So I'm wondering, first of all, I took your point, Mr. Ionita, that the EU was not created to deal with a lot of the situations that it's now confronted with. And I just wonder if you believe that the creation of this office is one attempt to deal with that, and how you see it so far as developing. And also to you, Mikhailo, because I know there's been some initial cooperation contacts with that office from the Ukrainian side, I mean, between that office and Ukraine. So how you see that as sort of what is the potential of those contacts also in addressing the rule of law issues that Ukraine is dealing with. And then also to you, to come back to the role of the Venice Commission. I mean, you mentioned that this reversal of opinion. What do you attribute it to? You mentioned that it's sort of a desire to help Ukraine in a difficult situation, but that this is actually a misplaced desire. But is that the only reason? Or maybe also more broadly, how do you assess
the Venice Commission and its role more generally in terms of the rule of law processes going on in Ukraine? Thanks.
So please, Mikhailo.
Thank you. If you allow me, I'll take the second question because I'm quite honestly do not know many things about the cooperation in prosecutorial issues. We're dealing mostly with judicial reform here in Ukraine. Generally, the Venice Commission has been very helpful in their opinions and assessment of, Ukraine's rule of law situation, and a lot of their advice was taken into account in developing legislation. And it's important also to note that, the Venice Commission basically was created and it is functioning as an advisory body to advise countries that are in transition and that have issues with the rule of law. But sometimes, let's put it this way, I think the desire to help Ukraine, sometimes they just don't get it, I think. And sometimes they're acting more politically than the expert body should have acted. It seems like if you read this opinion on the draft law 7662 on the Constitutional Court reform, it feels like they started with the conclusions to make everything as easy as possible for Ukraine in order to help Ukraine, and the desire is good to help Ukraine, but the way of helping Ukraine is again, you're helping Ukraine, but right now we have a unique moment where we have the leverage. I talked about this, it's the biggest one. 91% of Ukraine's population is for EU integration, supports the integration. With this kind of society, only 1 or 2 are against, and the rest is undecided. So with this kind of sociology, whatever is EU integration reform, you just cannot help but, you have no other way but do it. And it is a unique moment now to basically, if the EU is tough enough on the requirements, if it really says, we only can green light a good reform, and the good reform is this, this, and that, then it's happening. It's again by watering down the reform, but by saying, it's not obligatory, by saying we recognize it may even increase the political dependence of the Constitutional Court, but because of the war, we let it slide, is not helping Ukraine, is making it worse, because then the decision makers take it on the flag, saying the Venice Commission said we can do whatever we want, and we can just forget about reform, basically. So again, would rather see Venice Commissions basically continue fulfilling their roles as an expert organization and sticking to their previous opinions that were really good, that said, you had problems with politicization, please make a good selection procedure that includes civil society, and so on. And again, we really we're expecting the EU, who is the main international stakeholder here, to be tougher and to be real about this reform and to not let it slide, basically. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So it falls on me, the one on European prosecutor. Look, I don't have a legal background as a training. I'm more of an economist. But the situation being such in our countries in the last 10 years, 15 years, everybody became an expert. I mean, a kitchen expert in prosecutorial issues. So it's like a national patient, but also in Bulgaria, Moldova, everywhere. So the short answer to your question would be the Chinese one. It's too early to tell about the effectiveness of but the slightly longer answer is, it would be nice to be an effective. It's been really a short time, and they are just feeling their way around. It would be nice. I mean, most of the publics, especially in our countries, understood that now Mrs. Köve, she can, come in a black helicopter and arrest the corrupt guys from this and that country, including the prime minister. That would be nice. I mean, that would be supported in opinion polls by most of the voters in Romania. But it doesn't work like that. that, as you know. So they rely a lot on cooperation with national prosecutors. This is how the office works. Most of the official investigations and the documentation in investigations are still done in cooperation with the national prosecutors. So the effectiveness will be as good as the reformed national prosecutor offices are. So there will be probably some variability between countries, and also there might be a problem with the selection process for the office, because you know how messy the process was, for example, in Bulgaria, because the politicians dragged their feet with the appointments, and if in a country with corrupt judiciary, especially at the top, and with corrupt parliaments, they can appoint prosecutors just to drag the office down. It's possible, you know, by the way it's built. So we have to wait and see, cross our fingers. They have started some cases. I know some cases started in Romania. And if they cooperate, if you have honest prosecutors who really go after the guys, it will work. If not, the nation states can still block an investigation, you know. So that's my assessment.
Thank you. And who else, please?
If I can just complement what the previous. Can you hear me? Yeah. Just to complement what. Can I?
Zoran, you can speak.
Okay, cool. Yeah, just to complement what the previous speaker just mentioned, when it comes to European prosecutor office, they're going against you know, politicians, people which have misused European funds. This works quite efficiently, or should work quite efficiently for European member states, where those funds are really substantial. And we have been pushing as an organization to expand the mandate of the European prosecutors also in the candidate countries, and hopefully that will happen. But I think the whole point is that we're in a way that first you rely a lot on the local public prosecutors, something that the previous speaker has mentioned. Although in the case of Bulgaria, for example, when they went against the former Prime Minister Borisov, they bypassed the national authorities because of the possibilities of leakage of information. So it's a bit complex. However, this is for the member states. When it comes to the candidate countries, at least the experience in the Western Balkan countries is because of the whole oversight and monitoring of the usage of European funds, politicians most of the time opt for kind of, you know, corruption schemes which are not related with European funds. There are a lot of money around in which corruption can be done, but they're trying to avoid European funds because of its monitoring and oversight. So putting more, increasing the mandate also to these candidate countries will have just a limited success.
So I may add just one sentence here because I think it's important. This institution is a perfect example of what we were discussing before, European creativity and expanding in new areas which were unthinkable 20 years ago. I mean, judiciary, prosecuting people, this was not something to be done by the European Union, but because of the need and because of the situation, especially in the East, they created an institution with a rather limited mandate, indeed, just European funds. So even if at some point we were unhappy or feel that it's not especially as effective as we wanted, we still need to support these institutions and to understand how new they are and what a change in philosophy for Brussels to expand in such areas which were total national sovereignty a few years ago. So it's you know, a new Europe in creation. A very good example, actually.
So we have one question here, please. Okay. Yeah, please. So, there was hand by the lady.
Yes, Mona Richter from Center for Liberal Modernity in Berlin and Polis 180. My question is mostly directed to Zoran as well. You were talking about Ukraine, Moldova, Georgia, as well as the Western Balkans in one basket. And I mean, it also says so in the program, but I was wondering about the more like societal perspective on this, because as far as I recall, civil society in the Western Balkans, as well, not just civil society, but society in general, was not that amused by the news of candidate status to Ukraine and Moldova as well. So I was wondering how it developed in the last couple of months, if you could reflect quickly on that, and also how important you value this part of taking society with us in this whole process of accession. Thank you.
And do we have another questions here? Oh, please.
Thank you. It's Mike Wilson with Toloka Studios here in Kiev. Question to Frederick and also George, because he talked on about the carrots. He had mentioned, about the visa-free into the EU, and which is potentially a carrot. What kind of carrots do you see that would need to take place that would be motivational? Because even in society here, the citizens here, they start to lose heart of this long process and not seeing much progress. So what do you see that would be another, carrots like free trade, into the EU and things like that? What other carrots would you see?
Thank you. And there we also have a colleague.
Irina Slonenko, Center for Liberal Modernity in Berlin. First, one point. I think there is a big fundamental difference between accession process of Romania and Western Balkans on the one hand, and Moldova, Ukraine on the other hand, because we got this single market incentive or possibility of integration into single market before we got the candidate status. This is a new generation agreement we have, this association agreement with deep and comprehensive free trade area element, whereas Western Balkans Association and Stabilization Agreement and association agreements of the Central East European countries didn't have this element. So for me, I think it's a parallel process of negotiations and parallel integration into the single market beyond, of course, what association agreement presupposes. Even I think this first component of single market integration is even more important, perhaps, because it's very practical. You can show tangible results to the people. And of course, the idea is to make them reinforcing the process of accession negotiations and integration into the single market. But I think we have to be aware of this difference, and when this phasing in discussion comes into about which Western Balkans are skeptical, we have it already, kind of Ukraine, Moldova, but it's formulated differently, yeah? And I think it's a benefit actually we have to use. And maybe also one question to Frederick. We were talking about rule of law and judiciary and corruption. I was wondering about police reform. We haven't talked much about it, but how important you consider this law enforcement, reform of the law enforcement authorities, let's put it this way, even broader, and how important you see it, and do you think now when the war is taking place, or the full-scale war, do you think the reforms which have been taking place after 2014, some partially successful, partially not, somehow are showing the results maybe? In the way Ukrainian authorities or institutions are reacting?
Thank you. And
thank you. I will be very brief. Leo mentioned in his question the grievances between neighboring countries. I want to focus on the communalities and the way maybe you can elaborate, Ulyan and Sorin, between a state which is inside European Union and one which is willing to come. I was speaking about the close cooperation between Romania and Moldova. How can Romania help Moldova as the new methodology is now linking the accession process July last July between North Macedonia and Albania. That's my first question. My second question is, how do you work together in the trio association process? Because this is now what the European Union is asking between Ukraine, and maybe this is a question for a representative for the European Union, I think. Yeah, Mr. Frederick, about how Ukraine, Moldova, and Georgia should be working together, both on a think tanking level, academical level, and a leadership or political level.
Dear colleagues, dear speakers, we are out of time, and I will give only 1 minute to every one of you with your final remarks and your feedback on and answers to the questions of our distinguished guests. So, Frederick.
Yeah, should I start again? Very briefly, indeed, I fully agree. You need carrots on the way. It cannot just be at the very end, accession. I think these carrots are being already created. We have connected the grids in the energy sector, which helped Ukraine now to have a more stable grid, even so, of course, all the damage done now by the Russian bombardment, but it was helpful. And many other small steps we are going to take. And so full agreement on this.
I'm giving my minute to my colleague Julian to address this.
Okay, but we will start with Frederick, please.
Thank you very much. So on the carrots, I mean, this has been dealt with, but I will just highlight again, you know, and I'm speaking in a personal capacity, so this is my last week in the job, so I can speak much freer than usual. I think really single market, absolutely key in a sense. You know, Sweden entered the single market before it became a member of the European Union. There are precedents. I think this would be, you know, massively beneficial for Ukraine, for the EU, also politically as a deliverable. I mean, this would be extremely important. Also mobility. I mean, you know, how many Ukrainians are in the EU now? 4 or 5 million. The protective directive is there already. I mean, you know, mobility is not such a big step in a sense. Police reform. Thank you for asking that question. I mean, I think a tremendous amount has been done since 2014. I mean, you know, just anecdotally, when you speak to Ukrainians about how, you know, how the situation was before 2014, if they were a victim of a crime, would they call the police? Usually no, because, you know, then they would be the victim of more crime, of bribery and so on. I mean, the situation today is very, very different. You have the patrol police, you have the MPU, which has, you know, made a lot of progress as well. Yes, there's more to be done, for sure. I think some of these big reforms, like the reform of the security service, this will need to be, you know, revisited once the war is ended as well. So yes, more needs to be done, but a lot has been done already.
Thank you. And Zoran?
Zoran, speak.
Zoran, do you hear us? Please speak. You have 1 minute.
Yeah, okay. It's quite, yeah. Yeah, so my final thoughts would be still, although we want to say that we need to move the entire societies, in the end, the whole EU enlargement process is politically an elite-driven process. Then, with elites, we need to move also the rest of the society. We have to work together. If the ones that want to put us in competition, ones against the other, is not actually our friend. So we have to work together and find a way how we can progress in all the reforms that we have to undertake in the period to come, and learn from one another. I will stop there.
Thank you. And Julian?
I'll take it from Zoran, and I fully endorse that. We should have less competition among ourselves. Less competition among ourselves. More working together. That's exactly what Western Balkans did. Even though having differences among these countries, but they learn to work together because they will have to achieve the same goal. Now we have to learn together among our countries, and this is the answer on the trio. It should be really much demand-driven and interest-driven in terms of we have a common interest and we have advanced. But we cannot impose all these countries to work together if the political elites do not want to work together. We as think tanks, civil society, do a lot of things together. I mean, this forum is one of the examples of that. And we continue to work now expanding to Western Balkan countries. And we will do so. But again, we should not invent something here. We just need to work together, as the motto of this program is moving forward together, and that's exactly the valid thing for us. What Romania can do. Romania is doing a lot for Moldova's accession to the European Union. And in terms of preparing our civil servants, helping us to implement the acquis. Romania was the only EU member state that helped our country to prepare the answers for the questionnaire, for the second part, to the European Commission, helped to review it. So Romania is doing a lot in terms of laws, in terms of approximation, but also in terms of interconnectivity. More can be done and more should be done. Romania was the worst. I mean, we were talking about roaming liberalization for already 2 or 3 years. Last year, Romania was the first country to liberalize roaming tariffs for Moldova. And that is an example that it works for all EU countries, and I think it will work now in the future. So I think Romania is setting kind of examples.
Sorry,
and that's something that we can continue to do.
Mihailo, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. I'll for the sake of keeping at least some minutes for the break, I'll pass. Just say again, want to reiterate that rule of law is important. Thank you.
So it's my honor to be here today, and thanks a lot to the New Europe Center for organizing this important first accession forum as a great opportunity to meet wonderful people. And I'm really very thankful to Alona Hetmanchuk and her team for bringing all of us to Kyiv and continue working for better, I would say, world, not just stronger European continent, but also better world. So we have all, it's my honor to introduce our wonderful speakers, Ivana Klim-Pushtinsadze. I think in this room there is no person who doesn't know who is Ivana, so no need to for introduction, but still chairperson of the Committee of the Verkhovna Rada on Ukraine's integration into the European Union. We also have Andrius Kubilius, twice Prime Minister of Lithuania and member of European Parliament, and also Andrius, it's an honor to have you with us online. Also, let me introduce Levan Makashvili, Head of Speakers Cabinet, Parliament of Georgia, and Adrian Balutel, member of the EU Integration Committee of the Parliament of the Republic of Moldova. So, let me start from Andrius Kubilius. And actually start from public gratitude to European Parliament for adoption of the resolution which recognized Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism. And I do believe that with this resolution there will be also legal instruments and mechanisms developed by the European Commission. And after another resolution on tribunal, we will see how confiscation of Russian frozen assets happening. So we are grateful to Andrius Kubilius. So Andrius, we are also thankful for your experience and your support to Ukraine, your visits, very often visits, and I have, knowing that you have to leave earlier, I have two questions to you. First, what would you recommend Ukraine and Moldova during the Swedish presidency, and also after the EU Parliament recognition of Russia as a state sponsor of terrorism? What should we do more to see Russian punishment and Ukraine defeating Russia faster? I agree with Alona's statement in the morning that weapons first, because we need to defeat Russia faster. Every day with retaking our territories, control of our territories, we are also losing the best and the brightest people of our nation. So this is why it's crucially important for us. And as I'm always saying to our American friends, thanks for support for with generators, but F-16 and TACMS first, and then generators seconds. So Andrius, the floor is yours, before you start talking, remember we discussed with youth how we will celebrate with Alona Hetmanchuk, this is also part of our dream, in Lutsk Castle in 2029. In the 600th anniversary of the gathering of European families in Lutsk, we will celebrate EU membership. But I think Ukrainian government and civil society are progressing that last year we couldn't even talk about candidate status. Now we are talking how to join EU and how to join NATO after Ukrainian government applied to NATO also. So maybe we have to change our dreams now, Andrius, and instead of 2029, together in Lutsk Castle, where Alona is from, a city, much earlier. Also, what do you think it's possible, realistic? So please, the floor is yours.
Well, thanks, Hannah, very much. You know, connections are sometimes disappearing, but I will try to be very brief. Really, you touched upon all the different topics. I am, jumping from one meeting to another meeting in between, talking to your conference, very, very important one. But before that, we had United for Ukraine solo event with Gerald Knaus from European Stability Initiative, where we talked about how to push forward exactly integration agenda during Swedish presidency, how to make, all the processes and to start negotiations as quickly as possible. Now we are running to another meeting of DROA committee, which is for human rights. And that is the committee where we shall discuss special tribunal, establishment of special tribunal with Anton Korinevich and other very, very well-known experts. So that is all Ukrainian agenda. And Lusk really is, my dream is I see how dream is becoming closer and closer. Yeah, I was visiting with our delegation recently, United for Ukraine delegation. We have been to Lutsk and Rivne. Few days after they were hit, the electricity distribution centers were hit by Russian missiles. So we saw both castle and we saw what Russians are doing, like really using all those means of terrorism. So there are a lot of things which we need to push forward. First of all, this resolution on terrorism, I think that it can open also the doors to follow on EU level with some kind of legal regulation which Americans have. And in that case, seizing Russian frozen assets, state, central bank assets would become much easier. Now we are really pushing for tribunal, and I think that today's committee will be very important. And then I hope that we shall be able also to push special resolution in the parliament on tribunal. And of course, our dream, to have Ukraine as a member of EU and member of NATO also demands from us very active, very active steps, very active, initiatives and so on. That is why we created this parliamentarian network, because I am absolutely sure that parliaments are most important political bodies. We created this parliamentarian network, United for Ukraine, where we have more than 400 parliamentarians, both former and of today, and we're doing some important job with the seminars and advocacy trips. And of course, I would urge really, all the parliaments. I know how much Rada is devoted to, to integration, agenda. That is again very important. One thing is really, of course, for Ukraine now the priority is to win the war. And that is where the West needs to give, weapons. But second thing, because I think that why Putin started the war, is exactly one of the reasons was not to allow Ukraine to become a successful European country with integration towards EU. So Europe needs to answer to that with a clear agenda of, Ukrainian integration, and that is what we are pushing, in Berlin, in Paris. Now we are traveling to Stockholm. Because Sweden will take the presidency in EU from the beginning of next year. And the last point, really, I would urge also the same, to follow Ukrainian example with the parliament being very much united in favor of integration, also in Moldova and in Georgia, because that is a prerequisite really of successful steps, successful job to be done. First of all, domestically. Second, of course, the parliaments are most important instrument also to convince partners inside of, in the EU, in the other capitals, Netherlands, Spain, Rome, and so on. Because at the end, for integration towards EU, there will be the need of, political support, political approval in all the capitals. So that is where parliamentarians, from my point of view, are most important, players of that very, very big challenge for all of us. And I hope that this decade really will end. Well, nevertheless, in Lutsk, we shall need to have some big event in 2029. So, and that should be, European summit, so all the leaders of EU. And because of that, Ukraine needs to become member of EU even before. And that could be done, in the most effective way with Lithuanian presidency in EU in 2027. So that's our agenda. Thanks a lot. I need to run to another meeting.
Thank you, Andrius, also a lot. hope to see earlier in Lutsk on the European summit. But let's all the best, and thanks for the United for Ukraine network and also contribution to the candidate status. So now I move to Ivana Klimpush-Tsintsadze. Ivan, after the Dignity Revolution, you represented the ruling party in the parliament. Then you used to be the vice prime minister responsible for European and Euro-Atlantic integration. And now you are chairing the Committee on European and Euro-Atlantic integration from opposition party. Yes, this is exactly what I wanted to say. But I saw you many times during the advocacy campaign, and your contribution, Ukraine received this candidate status is big. So it's proof that Ukrainians, when they fight for country's interests, they are united, especially in very challenging time of genocidal war, united as never before. And you demonstrated many times your not just patriotic but professional position, and your contribution is huge. So, but I also remember how it was hard during the fifth president also to adopt important legislation to receive the visa-free with the EU, especially on e-declaration systems and others. So now it's really important not just to fight together at the international arena, but also to see the unity inside the country domestically by delivering. And we know about these 7 commitments, and there are some progresses, some slight backs, and I'm also very thankful to the Европейская Правда that they recently published the analysis jointly prepared by key think tanks with the leadership of the New Europe Center. So, Ivana, honestly saying, do you more optimistic that there will be political will to implement everything is needed, and deadlines the government is having for different institutions, parliament, and how to keep unity? Because I know how it's hard to be on the one way constructive, on the other not to just close the eyes when we don't see the deliverables, which has to be.
Thank you, Hanna. Thank you to organizers of this conference. Thank you for your kind words. I really think that we are able to reach serious results when we are uniting our forces. And that's exactly what has happened when both the administration of the president, the cabinet of ministers, non-governmental organizations, we went on several trips together as well, parliamentarians, we all were working together to kind of back up our armed forces that have been providing for this tragic but great opportunity for us to get the candidate status already this summer. So I thought that it would be just logical to continue the same way, and that we all will have the united forces, and we will ensure that everything that was declared we will pursue with the same commitment and honesty and common work. And what you can see right now is that Ukraine is really taking a huge speed, or at least it's been announced that there is a huge speed with which Ukraine is trying to achieve those 7 conditions that have been accompanying the decision on the candidate status for Ukraine. And I would very much welcome the speed if we were not losing some of the quality components along with the speed. And I think that this is a big mistake to underestimate the quality component, because we have to understand that we are being watched through a huge amplifying lens right now. It's a different perspective from what we have seen while we were assessed as an association country, a country fulfilling the association agreement, because we have carried out a lot of great and important things, but sometimes we fragmentarily included parts of that directive to our Ukrainian legislation. And that was okay, because we still had time to kind of revisit those things and to improve them and so on. Right now, there are a couple of problems which I see. First, we do not have a clear benchmarks for each of the 7 components, 7 conditions from the European Commission by which we will be judged. And we know from our experience of reaching the visa-free, when there was always a temptation from the European side to add something additional to all those requirements that we had to fulfill. And colleagues, I'm sure, also know this from their experience in both Moldova and Georgia. And for that matter, we all have heard a lot about 144 things that we had to deliver, and it was good that we had a gentleman agreement with the European Commission at that point that nothing else should be added. So whenever someone tried to add something for us to carry out, we were like going back to this gentleman agreement of 144 things to be delivered by Ukraine. At this particular moment, we don't have that agreement. There are 7 conditions with no clear benchmarks. Some of them do have, some of them are much more clearer, but some are pretty vague. And there will always be a possibility to try to say, okay, well, but Ukraine has to deliver more. For example, in anti-corruption, whether it's just a strategy of anti-corruption being adopted or a plan for implementation of that strategy, or a number of cases that are brought to the court, or a number of convictions. And I don't know. And we do not know. And we are hearing already those voices from the European Union that, well, maybe it's a number of cases of convictions. How can we be judged, by number of convictions, for example? So this is a huge task which I'm trying to pursue from our parliament, also trying to reach out to all our vis-a-vis on the governmental and non-governmental level and parliamentary level, trying to ensure that we have the benchmarks. But this definitely has to be done by the government. And here I hope that we are basically providing a leaning shoulder to our government to support their action in that. And we are expecting that then, if we deliver on that, and there is a huge kind of commitment between the government and the parliament to deliver as soon as possible, in order to have the assessment of our progress being done earlier than October 2023, as it was told to us by Europe Commissioner Varhey, and basically do it in spring. So this is one task. But another task is to carry those things out, not only quantitatively, but also qualitatively. And obviously, I think that we are in such a drastic, barbaric, existential war that I would hope that we would not try to manipulate. And unfortunately, some of those tiny things are still happening, because when we are kind of announcing the competition for the new head of the National Anti-Corruption Bureau of Ukraine, we first are changing the rules for the competition. When we are starting to change the rules for selection of the judges of the Constitutional Court in accordance to the requirements, to these 7 conditions, we at the same time are first appointing a member of the parliament from the governmental party to the Constitutional Court, and only after that we are visiting this particular issue. And I think we have to be clear with ourselves, and this is about sincerity with an honesty about this choice that we made and this huge opportunity that we have at this particular moment, that we should not try to pretend that nobody sees this, and should not try to pretend that this tiny, I don't know how to say this in English, it's a cheat, it's small cheating things that they are not being noticed. And so I think here the non-governmental community and the media here, it should be the partner of the honest effort for all of us, because we are interested to be assessed, the best way But when we will have those tiny cheating things, we will, at the end, when we will be assessed, finally not get that result that we are expecting to. And it's not enough already what our armed forces are doing for that choice. It's already the work of the government, the parliament, the office of the president himself, and you as watchdogs. So therefore, a lot has been done, but a lot still needs to be done. And unfortunately, we also have to be sincere, something that, and I'm sure that all of you who have been also digging into experience of Western Balkan countries also see this, or those countries that have gone already through the experience of going from candidacy status to membership. You have learned that there were many manipulations when, for example, if you are criticizing something with regard to this or that law that supposedly, or draft law, that supposedly is prepared for implementation of some piece of European acquis, then you are immediately being accused that you are against European integration. And we will see more and more manipulation of that. We see already the draft laws that are being registered under the great titles. So this is like Euro integration law. And then you dig in, and then it has nothing to do with European integration. Sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes it directly violates some of the international European norms that we would have to actually introduce and so on. So therefore, unfortunately, martial law puts a certain limitations on the engagement of the public and of the openness of this process of engagement of stakeholders. And I think that here it's our common goal between the parliament and maybe NGO community to ensure that we are engaging in this dialogue, very honest one, to actually ensure that we are reaching those goals that we have set for ourselves, and that the state, the society in Ukraine is expecting. Some of the things are still lying just taken with regard to candidate status, to at least extend the number of people working in the secretariat of the committee that now has to analyze draft laws for the first and for the second reading. And since I have not been successful, part of the problem is that I am from opposition. And the part of the problem is that unfortunately there's still not enough understanding that this is not because Ivana Klimpushchensadze wants to have the enhanced committee, because we have to have a real capacity in order to do the work qualitatively, quickly, and so on. And that's why I'm always reaching out to non-governmental organizations, like, for example, we've learned today that there will be very quickly on the plenary session of the Rada some of the very important laws that are connected with the 7 conditions, and I have to urgently now look for someone who can provide me with expertise, because there is not enough expertise among 9 people that are carrying out in the Secretariat this work. So I'm encouraging all the donors to help us with that at this particular moment, till we cannot still provide for institutional capacity on the level of the Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana, for your thoughts and your actions. And it's a fair point about the institutional capacity. And I could say that it's fair enough for three associated trio countries. And let me move now to our speaker from Moldova. Today, during the opening remarks or introductory remarks, Mati Masikas, head of the delegation of the European Union to Ukraine, he tried to explain and provided arguments about the logic of Ukraine and Moldova moving together. This is not just about geography, economy, ENSOE, and other reasons. Adrian, my question is, which is I support also Mati Masika's view on this issue, and I would even extend saying that Ukraine defeating Russia opens opportunity for Moldova and Georgia also to restore their territorial integrity and sovereignty. So geopolitical actuality of Ukraine winning and winning faster is even wider than Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. It's also about, I just recently came from Taiwan and South Korea, so it's really important for us to defeat. And sorry that this forum is on the Accession Exchange Forum, but we will keep saying that why Ukraine winning faster and why we need more weapons, like on each panel, on each question, because all our partners should understand. The faster we receive the weapon we need, the more opportunity we have to talk on space industry, defense production, innovations, IT, educations, and our brightest people will not die in the trenches defending values and democracy. So, Adrian, what is the situation or after candidate status? What are the main challenges and in Moldova? And do you have the political consensus on accession reform in your parliament? And actually, what about today? Igor Zholko, I also heard his speech about deadlines, which are discipline institutions. What are with deadlines in Moldova, and what is the parliamentary oversight?
Good evening, everyone. Happy to be here again. I had a wonderful opportunity to be here the last year, and now in a totally different context. Last year, when we were discussing as a long-term perspective, or mid-term perspective, the application for obtaining the candidate status, and I was saying back then that despite the small differences that might occur in between our countries at the political or policy level or some sectorial issues, one thing is certain, that we should move towards accession and candidacy status altogether. And I'm happy that despite some minor ups and downs, it was true for Moldova and Ukraine. So we move all together, and I hope Georgia will have an opportunity to catch up. From the how things evolved in Moldova in the past year, things moved extremely fast. And in this context, Parliament had a difficult role, considering the lack of capacity that we're discussing, to adapt to a completely new reality on pushing and advancing on accession agenda. And I'll explain why. First of all, we derive from a reality that we do not have a political consensus in the parliament. In Moldovan parliament, we have two Russian proxy parties and the majority party of Action and Solidarity. Two proxy parties are openly against the European path of the Republic of Moldova, and that's a sad reality that we have to work with. What the parliament, together with the presidency and the government, try to do is build and maintain a societal consensus. And this is a work in progress. We try to involve as many civil society organizations as possible. We try, although difficult, to keep a communication on the EU as well with the Gagauz autonomous region in the Republic of Moldova. We try to involve local administration, local public administration, although politically they, in 90% of the cases, are from different party, from opposition party. And I must say there is a distortion of the fact that at the central level, for example, pro-Russian proxy parties are against the European Union, but at the local level, if you talk to the mayors, they are very much happy to talk about pre-accession funds, supporting the EU association agenda, because they understand the importance for their community. So we try to involve a lot local public administration, and not in the current setting, not to focus on a political consensus, but rather a societal consensus. We will be doing that by elevating the level of openness and cooperation with the civil society at the parliamentary level. So beside the regular consultation mechanism that we have in place, starting next year, we'll have a special platform for dialogue with Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum at the level of each and every standing committee of the parliament. And that part is also to fulfill the request of the civil society organization, part of the Eastern Partnership Civil Society Forum, that brings together most of the civil society organization in Moldova, but also is to have an agenda and a space to talk about how we are doing in terms of accession commitments. This is first and very important thing. Second, the parliament as a political body has an extremely important role in managing the expectation. So the expectation management in an environment where it's not clear till the very last moment whether we will receive the candidate status or not, and then we receive it, and then there is a big uncertainty when and how the accession talks will start, creates a political limbo for the parliament to, on the one hand, politically speaking, you always want to raise the expectation, to push the government for more and to promise people more, to get votes. On the other hand, you have a risk of a political downfall if you do not manage to deliver on that. So the parliament and the parliamentarians specifically have a complicated task right now to adjust a political message about the process of the EU integration, to make it right, to keep the enthusiasm about the European integration, and in the same time not to be in a position in a half a year or 9 months to disappoint the electorate. Both, this is bad for the European image in the Republic of Moldova, but also for the political image of the party who promotes that a lot. And third element is building the capacity. We look very much into the calendar and the deadlines, and the parliament plays an important role not only from a political as a political body, but as a bureaucratic body. So we will be including in all the working groups related to the chapters of the negotiations, representatives of the parliament, and not politicians, but the functionaries, the public employees, in order to have a previsibility on the potential draft of the laws, documents that will be coming to the parliament. So this is, in short, things that are challenging for the parliament right now. An important element about the deadlines, among 9 conditions, we have 60 actions that are to be fulfilled. Out of them,
just 60.
60.
Oh, it's
Yeah.
compared to 140 visa free regimes.
30.
Who decided on those actions? Is it your government, or is it pre-agreed with the?
It was so the Commission did not come with anything specifically. The government was the one that put together that plan, consulted with the Commission, and Commission said, okay. It was more an informal message, but they say, yes, it's good, go on. So, out of those 35 are due this December. And in this context, Parliament has an important role as a political push and political element that to prioritize those actions, as many of those have to go through the Parliament as they include changing of the legislation. It proved efficient that the Parliament plays an important stakeholder in pushing things politically during the questionnaire fulfillment. So during the questionnaire process, we had heads of the parliamentary commissions working together with the ministries, and that ensured a higher political prioritization. So we are following that model right now, where the parliamentarians are involved in monitoring the development of the implementation of those conditions, especially the ones due December. Because in many cases there are bureaucratic bottlenecks that slows down the process. So the Parliament is partaking in this process. We now have 6 laws that are already either in the first reading adopted, or 4 that are in the first reading adopted, another 2 that are to be adopted, so the part of these 35 actions. We are on schedule with most of them. There are several, I think 4 of them who are lagging a bit behind, several because of the Venice Commission, several because of our internal element. I wanted to highlight the last element as a parliamentary role in the accession process, is that in those 60 measures, many of them are not purely technical, but they require a political decision on how to move forward. This concerning, for example, the oligarchization process, which is a political decision, how to shape that structure, or, for example, reform of the public administration, which is also, again, a political decision. So beyond the technicalities, the push, the political participation, the messaging, an important role that is on the shoulders of the Parliament in the current setting is not to drag a very long period of time, or not to cook for a very long period of time the political decision regarding the reforms. So despite usually the process when there are bottlenecks and there are complicated political decisions, the parliaments tend to postpone things because you do not want to take decisions. So in this case, the burden on the parliament is to take complicated decisions and to move them fast. Otherwise, we will miss the train and we will miss the deadlines that are so important for us. I will speak later maybe a bit on the importance of the parliament on pushing the political message outside, because in our experience, it seemed an element that we lack when we asked for the candidacy status. So we need a higher and bigger participation of parliaments in the political advocacy for the opening of the negotiations to the European, to the parliaments of EU member states. Thank you.
Thank you, Adrian. It's very interesting to hear. Ukraine also went through the painful experience of having Russian or pro-Russian political parties, and we paid a huge price for allowing the fifth column to be represented in the Ukrainian Verkhovna Rada. And I hope by defeating Russia, it also means cleaning all our system, not just parliament, but others from Russian negative influence. So coming to Georgia, I just visited in September, Georgia, the Security Forum and the occupational line. And I really dream to see one day, instead of FSB bases, Georgia free and with restoration of the full territorial integrity and sovereignty. But talking today about political consensus on candidate status, not accession yet, and reforms you needed also to get candidate status. Tell us what is the role of parliament in the situation when what we heard there is still monopoly or not monopoly, and when decision is making by some oligarchs and others, which is really, I don't know, but let's talk about the role of parliament, because I want to mention the experience in 2018 when we in the parliament of Ukraine, together with Georgia and Moldova, we established interparliamentary assembly, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova. And it was great to have sessions or assemblies in Chisinau, Tbilisi, and Kiev. And today, during the discussion, I heard online there were some about competition. But the countries who will become first member of the EU and others. I think when we established this interparliamentary assembly, Ukraine, Georgia, Moldova, it wasn't about competition. It was about solidarity, unity, and strengthening our positions and mechanisms, how to work with Brussels and Washington, D.C., advocating our common interests, which are with common challenges like Russian problems and others. So, what is the situation in Georgia? Because we in Ukraine very thankful to Georgian people for supporting our struggle, and actually many Georgians died defending Ukraine, and many continue fighting. And we are also very thankful for Georgian contribution joined to Ukrainian armed forces. So, please.
Дякую, Hanna, for introducing me. Greeting to our audience, online and offline, and our distinguished members. Talking about competition, you know, Ukraine and Moldova got 7 and 8 recommendations, and Georgia's have 12. We wanted at least twice more, but they gave us only 12 recommendations. So, anyway, I'm really glad to be here in Kiev. This is my second time this year. Back in April, I was here, Madam Klimpusinsadze remember this, together with the Speaker of the Georgian Parliament, Shaul Papuashvili, and the parliamentary delegation. Back then, we visited Kiev, which have been horrible experiences we have seen there. I'm no stranger to Kiev, and Kiev is no stranger to me, because I have a Ukrainian wife, so I know what it means to be here at this moment. It's unfortunate, but back in 2008, I've seen, together with my wife, Russia invading my homeland, and unfortunately on 24th of February, I have also seen the crying eyes of my wife while Russia was invading her homeland. So yes, I'm working on these things. It's very professional, but it's very personal to me as well. Since I represent one of the few Georgians here at this moment, let me give you three messages before I move on to the question that you asked me. Three important things for the general context that will also help us during our deliberations, maybe after. First is that Georgia progresses on the EU road. This progress is not, sometimes it's linear, sometimes it has some curves. After all, it's progressing on this road, and this is not just my words. You can look at the international rankings, from I don't know, open budget to ease of doing business, or to effective public institutions, or just last week there was a European Commission big conference in Brussels about the absorption capacity, and proudly for us, Georgia is leading in this area as well. That means a lot for public institutions and for us, public servants generally, who we are engaged in large-scale reforms, because beyond all these statistics and numbers, usually you have large-scale reforms. Me and my generation, we are part of this. Me personally, from Ministry of Justice to General Prosecutor's Office, MFA, and now in the Parliament. These reforms are usually facilitated by the EU agenda, which is an important thing. But more importantly as well, these are reforms that are implemented, or at least you have strong political will from the government of Georgia. That's one. Second thing is that, yes, there was some disappointment about the candidate status for Georgia back in June, but despite this disappointment, we cherish the European perspective, obviously. This has been hugely historic decision. And for me and for many in society or in politics in Georgia, this was beyond any dream just several months ago. Maybe some fanatic optimists, like one of the organizers from Georgia, believed that this moment would have come so fast, but for many of us it was beyond any dream, obviously. But this moment has come so quickly due to heroic fight of Ukraine. Now we think, not think, but also act, and if you're interested, of course, I can go into details, how we can move on from how we can really make this dream come true. This is second. And the third one is that Georgia is committed to the European integration. We approach Europe, we see Europe as a community of values on the one hand, but at the same time as a choice, as a solution, as a key to modern challenges. So it's like both two-type approach, so to say, a two-sided approach, one based on values, but also pragmatic approach to Europe. And this is not something we are saying now, that we are committed to the European integration. We have demonstrated for years that we are committed to Europe's peace or energy independence or what have you, and we have had many painful reminders of this dedication, such as the soldiers that paid the ultimate price, killed or wounded in NATO operations in Iraq, Afghanistan, or the EU operations and missions in Mali and Central African Republic. We have demonstrated, and we are committed to do this in the same spirit in future as well. We understand that this is the price that we pay for Europe freehold and peace. Now, if you ask, is everything okay in Georgia with these messages? If you ask, has Georgia already finalized democratic consolidation? Is Georgia already ready for the European Union membership? No, no, and no. There are three no's. Of course, no, because there are still a lot of things to do, and that's normal because Georgia is in a transition country, and I'm sure many or several, at least in this audience or on the panel from European Parliament, they may criticize Georgia, and there are indeed a lot of things to criticize Georgia, but and that's normal, as I said. But what we do is that we do things. Sometimes we learn things. We sometimes make mistakes, not crimes. We make mistakes. But we get up and we move on, because if you don't get up and you don't move on, then the geopolitical sharks that are sailing around us are going to swallow in a split second. So this is the Georgian reality for now. Coming back to the question about the political consensus in Georgia, and yeah, it's extremely important, of course, and this cannot be overestimated. And since we are talking about our own experiences, our own cases, let me tell you Georgian case as well. The thing is, in Georgia, there are many talks about polarization. But let me share my humble opinion on that. I mean, polarization is more or less characteristical toward democratic politics, at least certain level of polarization. There should be there a certain level of polarization. But the real problem for the Georgian, again, if it's only the Georgian case, it may not necessarily be the Moldovan or Ukrainian case. For Georgia, I think more problem is radicalization rather than polarization. Radicalization in a sense when political actors do not recognize democratic institutions such as elections or the parliament or your political opponent, when they do not recognize legitimacy of your opponents. That means in operational terms that they don't engage, they don't build consensus, they are not interested in engagement and building the consensus. So in this highly radicalized political environment, if consensus is imperative, then it may lead to nowhere and no reforms. There is some kind of, in such a radicalized environment, there is some kind of inherent tension between consensus and reform. So what's the solution then, you may ask, obviously. Solution, again, to my humble opinion, is for the responsible actors to sit down and build consensus. Only responsible actors. And they, sometimes even ignoring, if I may use this strong word, ignoring the radical opponents and not allowing them to hijack the political consensus. This is also the room or niche for international actors to engage and to promote this responsible political mainstream, because that's exactly where there is potential for consensus, rather than promoting radical forces with some ephemeral hope of more radical reforms, which lead to nowhere, as I told you, and then our experience showed us. So but at the same time, of course, you should leave door open for them, for everybody anyway, whether they engage or not. And that was the Speaker of Georgian Parliament did, because in Georgian case, it's the Parliament that leads the process. It's the Parliament where these things are boiling. It's the Parliament and the Chairman's cabinet that leads the process in the coordination sense. And the Speaker said that, I mean, door is open for everybody who wants to engage constructively. So door is open, and I'm sure, I guess it was the comment of Kubilius, Mr. Kubilius said that tango is danced by two. I think it was his phrase, I remember this. And I fully agree. Tango is danced by two. That means that the government and the opposition must dance together, this European dance. Many also say that it's the government who has more responsibility, and I also fully agree with that. Indeed, the male dancer leads the tango dance, but without female dancer, you do not have this dance at all, absolutely nothing. So, it's a two-way highway. Both opposition and the government must dance this European dance, otherwise this is a historic moment, historic chance, and we should not lose it. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Just one short question, because we will ask our participants also to ask their questions. What is the society's support level after, when Ukraine and Georgia, when Ukraine and Moldova received, and Georgia is fighting for candidate status? Is it, have you measured, is it increase or decrease, and what is, because politicians and members of parliament, they are first representing the interest of people. So in Ukraine, this was also one of our arguments to different members of EU parliament, and in Berlin, in Stockholm, where we traveled, we said like 94%, as I remember, of Ukrainians support EU integration. It's like in Ukraine, even the pro-Russian political parties see 94%, they will say that they are for Ukraine integration in the EU.
Yeah, it's same in Georgia. This has been high for decades, actually. This is not a new development. It has always been, the EU integration and NATO integration had extremely high support from the society. So we are lucky to have that huge support as well. And it grew especially with the benefits that we got over the course of this integration with the association agreement or visa-free access to the Schengen zone, or increased access to educational programs, increased access to the cultural programs. Because more people saw themselves, they had this own experience, exposure to the EU integration, I would say. So more you see, more you experience, more you witness, more you exchange, you realize that that's indeed the only choice for Georgia.
Thanks a lot. I already seen two hands. So let me please introduce yourself. Oh, four already. So your answers were either provocative or too okay.
Or not good enough.
Or not good enough. Yes. Now we will see. So please introduce yourself
Yeah.
and to whom the question. Yeah.
Sure. I'm still Pata from Graz, Georgia, Georgia's Reforms Associates. My question will be to Madam Tsintsadze. But before that, of course, I shall say that there are successes apparently from Ukraine, from Moldova, from Georgia on the path of European integration. However, if you ask me, the problems are even bigger. Yeah, we all wish, those problems to be solved sooner rather than later. Some of the problems have been highlighted already. Julian, by the way, at the previous session was talking about the need to address the problem of a resistance from a system. Frederick was talking about the problem, for instance, that's what I remember, apart from many other brilliant stuff of previous speakers. Now, Frederick was talking about the problem of cutting the corners that should not be accepted from the side of the European Union Commission, and it will not be accepted. Well, in my country, in Georgia, there are a number of very important issues and problems, and those problems have been enshrined in those 12 conditions or priorities from the side of the European Union Commission. And one of them is depolarization, the other one is de-oligarchization, all this sort of stuff. For me, the best recipe, and I agree with Levan Bakashvili when he said that tango is danced by two, and at the same time, radicalization is a severe problem, and also radicalization is tango is danced by two, is done by two, unfortunately, in Georgia. And I agree on that. There is a responsibility from the government as well as from the opposition, to move forward on depolarization. But best recipe of depolarization for me would be a power sharing. In our case, that was mediated by European Commission President Charles Michel, and the opposition and the government forces agreed to have the power sharing in the parliament. So you represent an opposition, and you are the chairperson of the parliamentary committee. Would you regard that very fact in Ukraine as a demonstration of a power sharing, something you would recommend also to my country?
Thanks for this first question on power sharing. So please, Leo, later now.
Thank you very much for this interesting remarks. I have a short comment and a question as well. The comment comes from the experience we undertook in the three Balkan countries, just to study how they did it, what are the challenges to be more prepared on our way. And one thing I understood during this trip was that Parliament is much more important than I thought before. I mean, I don't have any experience as a parliamentarian, but the things I heard is that you actually don't have the negotiation process is not really a negotiation. Yeah? Whereas there is an amount of acquis to be adopted, and the main engine in basically adopting this acquis. Of course, the government prepares certain work, but the parliament is the one to adopt this. And that's why it's very important, because government can do a lot of things, but if the parliament does not give green light to this, then nothing really happens. I mean, and one thing our colleagues in the Balkans warned us is that, you're going to get this very much misused sometimes by certain parties in the parliament, because you have this EU asterisk basically, which is a fast track for certain laws, you know, because it's EU priority. And then they put a lot of things which are actually not related, and Ivana mentioned this in her remarks. And they do a lot of things in the name of the EU, and then you find out that this is not really in the name of the EU. So this is just a comment, and the question is related to, we met the Croatian chief negotiator, Vesna Pusic, who mentioned, also emphasized the role of the parliament, and she said one thing, that as when the negotiations started, she went to all of the parliaments of the EU, all EU member states. And that was actually very much helping. So my question is, do you plan to have advocacy campaigns in all your countries as a parliament, precisely for the related to the negotiation? Because Ukraine, of course, being in the under the Russian attack, is having slightly different priorities sometimes, and I assume that when Ivana goes to Germany, speaks more about the war than about the EU integration, unfortunately. But still, we still want to open negotiation rather sooner than later. So because we are also thinking as a think tank, so maybe we can think together about.
So you think how to unite efforts and advocate together?
Also
for
this, yeah.
better and for faster results.
Yeah,
we have this experience with candidate status. So if this question was for Ivana and for Adrian, yes? For both of them?
Especially for candidate countries, but
yes.
also Ivana, I mean.
So okay, two questions. There also were, please. No, maybe, okay, from.
So one comment and one question. So one comment, I very appreciate the comment by Ivana that everybody is now kind of afraid to criticize the government. It's not about criticism of the government, it's about criticizing laws, bills, and decisions, right? So we're staying on the level of policies, not politics. And this is also something I noticed. For instance, when we ask Ukrainian experts to write assessment of some reforms or something, some decisions which have been taken in Ukraine, where we know it's not very much clear or positive, and I see they are reluctant to do this. And I recall 2014, 2015, when civil society was very active in identifying benchmarks, and these main benchmarks, when they were included into the conditionality of the European Union, I think it's now time also for civil society to kind of not to be afraid of being constructive, not critical, but constructive, let's put it this way, and suggest to the EU, which is also afraid to kind of being critical, to be more specific, to require better laws, better decisions. It's very important because we're laying down the foundations for processes for years, right? So we don't want to rewrite laws all the time. And secondly, it's also maybe a comment, but I very much like the experience of Moldova. So thank you very much for this presentation. I think it's important to strengthen maybe secretariats of the committees in the parliament. That's brought me to the idea because also we have one of the projects we have from Germany. It's strengthening German-Ukrainian parliamentary dialogue. And we notice that the staffers of MPs from Ukrainian side are less, less vocal in providing some expert opinion than staffers of German MPs. So I think it's important to strengthen kind of staffers, secretariats of the committees, so that to make it not political, but really to stay on the level of policies. Yeah.
Thank you. It's very great comments and recommendations. Then David.
Hello, my name is David Stulik from the Prague think tank European Values. I have a question to you, Adrian. I looked through this wonderful report that the think tank of Julian prepared, and I must say this is almost like a ready-made roadmap, far plan, right? And my question is about the procedures. How do you work together with the think tanks? How much do you take on board their recommendations? Because you mentioned that you also had this 90 points, like actions, like. So it would be quite interesting to see, to get more details on the practical organization of this work, because this is a wonderful kind of, symbiosis between the parliaments and the civil society, expert civil society.
So, okay, thanks a lot. Two last questions before I think we will be. Okay. One and someone else was. Okay. Just one. So we have 4 questions for 3 speakers.
Małgorzata Kopka-Piątek, Institute of Public Affairs, Warsaw, Poland. Thank you for having me here. As the panel is about the role of parliament and parliamentarians, I want to ask you about your experience or your expectation towards the parliaments in the EU. I mean, what is your experience in working with colleagues from EU countries already, or please be critical, not only, saying that they are very supportive and helping you, because we know that there's a lot of stuff can be done more. So, yeah, what is your expectation? What can we, as a Polish think tank, provide to our politicians, to our parliament, how to organize the work that it will help you? Thank you.
Thank you so much for this very important question. So let's start from Ivana. From first question on power sharing, and what are the lessons learned that you could share to Georgia and France, knowing that your name is Ivana Klimpush-Tentsadze?
It's a very good question. I think that we are not still there with regard to power sharing, and that has to be well understood. I think we all, in all our countries, and I think that it will be correct to say about Georgia or Moldova as well, we have to understand that we still have to work on the respect towards opposition. With all the nuances and shades of radicalization and so on and so on and so on, I think we are still not there with engagement, with respect, with procedures that would definitely not alienate the work between the government and opposition. We have had a difficult process after the Revolution of Dignity, and with Hanna, we can talk about our experience in the 8th convocation of the Parliament, because at that point, for us initially, we also have to understand that a pro-Kremlin political force that actually represented 5th column in the Ukrainian parliament, they were trying to name themselves in opposition. And that was a very delicate matter, very sensitive matter, because we could not have agreed after bloody Maidan, after experience of the Revolution of Dignity, to actually agree that these people can be an opposition. It's about the dialogue with that part of the society. So later on, the whole situation has evolved, and the coalition has also collapsed, and then we had the opposition from the kind of democratic parts of the parliament. But it has never actually transformed into rules and procedures that would be followed, and we are still not there. And I think that this is some of the basic norms of the democratic society, the basis. And we still have to work on this. And I think that we will all have to be addressing these issues in the future at this particular moment. I think it's a bizarre thing that a person from opposition is chairing the Committee on Ukraine's integration into the EU. I think this particular position would have to be a person from the majority. It's historically happened that way, just for everybody to understand that at the beginning of this convocation, our colleagues from the majority just didn't think that this committee should exist as such. And then they agreed to have it and said, well, why not? Why don't opposition chairs it? And now it's a problem. That they think that it's a problem. Let's be sincere about that. And so this is not about power sharing. It's just, an accidental thing that has happened. But we, at least in this convocation, we have majority of political forces that are pro-European, pro-Euro-Atlantic integration, and for us it's not a question whether we want to go in that direction or not. We are finally happy to have majority on board going in the same direction. And we are happy to move in that direction. So it's not yet about power sharing, and I don't think that our experience is really something that could be useful for Georgia in this regard. Leo, with regard to what do we plan to do with the European Parliament, we actually acted ad hoc in campaigning for candidate status, and we did as much work as possible online. But obviously, online is totally different experience from what you have from your personal engagement. So we are trying to kind of pre-plan some of our activities right now, also through informal networks like U4U, together with Andrius. And Andrius has mentioned that right now our colleagues are planning to go to Stockholm. We just came back from Paris. We were together in Germany and so on. So we are doing some informal work and also some formal work through the committee. At this particular moment, we have a very strange problem as well. We don't have resources as a parliament. No, let's be sincere. No parliamentary trip over this year has been financed by the Rada. Every single trip that I made was financed by some donors. And I'm grateful for different donor community that has been helping us to actually do some advocacy trips, some specific focus trips, and so on, so we can plan. But then we have probably to unite forces, together with a couple different organizations to see how we go about this. Because I don't think that, I know that in 2023 budget of Verkhovna Rada of Ukraine, these funds are not foreseen. So it's additional part of my work to actually first agree on where we are going, prioritize, and so on, and then fundraise. And then I'm fundraising, and then finally I get the resources for out of 5 people for 3, and the other 2 are saying, you didn't raise money for us. And I'm like, okay, that was not part of my work description, but at this particular moment I am doing that as well. So this is another problem. So we are planning, we are trying, we are inviting them also here, so that's another possibility. I'm sending these letters out, I'm trying to be in informal touch, but that's not enough. With regard to what Irina was saying, I totally agree. The secretariats of the committees, I think that this is the backbone of this institutional capacity. My suggestion was to actually go to have all the secretariats going through specific training, more general training, and then more focused training in accordance with their specialization. At this particular moment, this is not the option that has been adopted by the Parliament, but the Parliament has reached out to European Parliament. The European Parliament is preparing right now a kind of a package where they can help. All the other parliaments, if we are moving to what we can get from other parliament, I think at this particular moment, and it's still boiling in my head, we would have to kind of also prioritize for ourselves which country is stronger in what. And based on the strong capacity, for example, let's say Estonia in IT, working with Estonian colleagues on anything in that direction also through the parliament. And also, for example, picking up the countries who are strong in audit and financing or something like that, or the absorption capacity or whatever, then focus this work with other countries. So I think that you can approach by screening the countries from your side, who is best at what, trying to suggest to also work through the parliaments with those countries that are stronger in some particular field, and then connecting also parliamentary committees, not only through our committee, but obviously through line committees. Thank you.
Thank you, Ivana. So, Moldova.
Very quick on power sharing, I was mentioning, in our case, I would love to have a EU integration committee chaired by the opposition member. And actually, in the EU, what we've noticed that most of the EU integration or EU affairs committee are chaired actually by the opposition as a way of oversighting the governmental decision either over EU affairs and decision taking in Brussels by the heads of the governments, or in our cases, or in pre-accession period, is chaired by the opposition in order to ensure the political oversight or opposition's oversight over the process. But in our case, unfortunately, it's simply not the case because we have two political parties in the parliament that are against the European integration. I said we try to have a societal consensus over this. On the advocacy campaign, it also in our case started as a very ad hoc process because of the tempo and of things happening. Over the summer, we tried to organize ourselves. So basically now we have a constant high-level approach parliaments to parliaments, meaning at the level of either president of the parliament or deputy speaker of the parliament or deputy speaker of the parliament having an agenda that spanned through all this year, and we have, I think, planned everything till the half of the next year of visits of heads of the parliaments or delegations that are meeting at the high level, at the speaker level. And we did that in an accelerated manner in the beginning for the candidacy status. We also had a window of talks at the level of the heads of the commissions or committees of the parliament that involved mostly foreign affairs, but also specifically economical committee, or economy and budget committee, sorry, and social affairs committee. We had, and what we're trying to do, and we understand the importance of doing several things. Second, having more network relations, so we now try to involve more and make it more active the parliamentary friendship groups, so to establish interconnections at the personal level between MPs to send some political messages about the support. Second, for the next year we are planning an activization, a much bigger participation in the networks of parliaments. For example, we'll host Euronest. We will this year was the first year for Moldova taking part in the Cossack format, and for the next year we are planning a much more, if it's correct to say, aggressive agenda on being present at the Cossack, in the Cossack format, which brings together all the heads of the EU affairs committees of the EU member states. And we also have a partnership agreement with the European Parliament and the EU-Moldova Association Committee that involves the European Parliament. So we want to accelerate more the relationship with the European Parliament at the MPs level. This is one priority that we have for the next year. And the second big priority of the parliamentary cooperation is mapping the needs and the issues that we should address in meeting the parliament. So now, of course, there are general discussions, there are focused discussions on the EU in the margins of some events, but for the next year we want to have a map to understand, if we go into Netherlands, what are the topics of discussion for Netherlands, and what are the topics for Spain, and what are the topics for Germany, that the parliamentarians should address and are the concern of the parliament specifically. Because what we observed in advocating for candidate status, there is often cases when the governments have one issue and one priority that they are very much looking to be completed or fulfilled, and the parliaments have a totally different perspective on things, and parliamentarians have a different perspective on things, especially in the governments and in the member states with the coalition governments. So that is very important to tackle, to have a mapping of whom we say what. And this will happen. On the strengthening of the secretariat, yes, we have a partnership started this year with the European Parliament, and that involves training of the secretariat. Starting the next year, Secretariat of the Parliament will be part of the working groups for each chapter of negotiation, so they would be involved and have a previsibility and predictability in their work, and they also could learn and adjust. We have a partnership with a EU delegation-driven project on raising the capabilities, and we have a partnership with IPRE that also involves a possibility of trainings for the Secretariat that is to be scheduled. A roadmap, work with the civil society. Civil society was crucial in helping us to fulfill the questionnaire questions. So civil society offered feedback on the responses of the government, introduced information that may be lacked due to the high speed, or in some cases lack of capacities. In some other cases, they offered the perspective that was important for the questionnaire as such. Also adding that in many cases civil society organizations help with the technical redactation. So Brussels English, many institutions still struggle with that. Many civil society organizations have a better connection on that side. We're working closely on that. On the roadmap that IPRE prepared, it's an extremely important document for us. We are looking forward for the alternative or the similar product that IPRE and expert group now is preparing, for example, on candidacy check. And we are using those documents, even if it includes some criticism. We in the parliament, we take those documents, we call the responsible authorities, and we're like, look what people are saying. Not fast enough, not good enough. So we are very happy that we have a critical overview of the process, and we are looking forward to continue doing that. I foreseen a greater involvement in the of the civil society in the process of preparing the report on the commitments. We need to have, and that would be an inclusive and good step, to have the civil society overview of the implementation of these conditions. Expectations. I would like to see a much deeper and thorough understanding of the EU parliaments on the matters, on how things are going in Moldova. In many cases, we see an interest, we see support, but we don't see a real thorough understanding of the processes that are happening. We had pro-EU members of parliament or European members of the member state parliaments coming to Moldova and meeting pro-Russian politicians and talking about building the consensus, while not getting into the idea that, look, guys, there are some limits whom you can talk and you cannot. A good limit is talking with people who openly condemn Russia's attack on Ukraine. And we have members of the member state parliaments coming and meeting with people who deny Russia's attack on Ukraine and say that, oh, it's both's fault. You know, so much more deeper understanding of Moldovan politics. And compared to our parliaments, European member states parliaments have the capacity to do that, have staffers, have resources. So, and there is a long-lasting period. So Moldova did not appear, and Georgia and Ukraine did not appear on EU member states' radar yesterday. So there is a long period of engagement. It's time to look deeper.
Thank you, Adrian. And very short summary from Levon, please.
I think I cannot tell you something new. I mean, we share many experiences in terms of communication and so on. There are several layers, obviously. Back in June, when we still didn't have that decision, we already started preparing, how to spread our coverage throughout the EU capitals, but also the national capitals and in the United States as well, on the communication of our activities. Also, and that's about all levels. It's about friendship groups, it's about sectoral committees, it's about permanent parliamentary delegations, vice speakers, speakers. I came here actually from Lisbon, where my speaker had a visit, and in Spain. As of now, he's starting visit in Germany. This time I decided to come here rather than Germany. And continues in all different capitals. So we have basically the same story, and with the European Parliament as well on the administration level. Much like Moldova, and I'm sure in Ukraine they are doing the same. We are having so-called roadmap that from here I'm going to Brussels to discuss this as well. How the administration of the European Parliament, Secretary General, how they can engage not only with the Georgian Parliament, but our approach is to all three parliaments, but also with the Balkan Parliament, so that we share our experiences. And there are really a lot of things from the Balkans, for example, that we can share. But we're working bilaterally as well. We met Speaker of the Moldovan Parliament in Zagreb on Crimea platform and discussed their experiences, how they are going, what are they doing, what are they planning. But also we met, we meet from time to time with the Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament. We met Vice Speaker of the Ukrainian Parliament in Rwanda. We're using multilateral platforms to meet as many European parliamentarians as possible, because indeed we all have limited resources. We cannot stretch everywhere. We have some limited resources, and we have to use it as much as we can. Yeah, that's it. Thank you.
So, as organizers asked me to finish in time, so no more questions, but I would ask you just to express our gratitude, not for just good presentation and statement, but for the good work representing people in Georgia, Ukraine, and Moldova. And one day, besides Lutsk Castle, I hope we will meet somewhere else celebrating joining Georgia and Moldova and Ukraine in NATO. Thanks, everyone.
Even though Moldova